Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Information is power.
Tell the truth.
In Atlanta, where protesters filled the streets, smoke billowed into the sky as a police car went up in flames. Nearby, crowds set their sights on the CNN Center, vandalizing, then breaking in. All this despite an impassioned plea from Atlanta's mayor to stop the violence.
Go home. You're not honoring the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement. If you want change in America, go and register to vote.
And as the sun set, the destruction spread.
This is the College Football Hall of Fame. It's a popular museum in the heart of downtown Atlanta. Right over here behind me, you can see Centennial Olympic Park, of course, the home of the '96 Olympics. In the middle of it all, a police SWAT vehicle.
Nearby, two cars stood ablaze for more than an hour as officers fired tear gas.
I appreciate everybody's patience. I ran a little bit late, so I want to apologize to everybody that was in the chat room waiting patiently, and those of you that are out there watching that are not in the chat room. I want to talk about a few things today. What I'm going to say is going to resonate with a lot of you in the chat room. What I'm going to say is going to maybe upset some people who want to maintain the status quo. So let me stop this here. And I'm not about maintaining the status quo. So I'm going to rub a few feathers because I'm going to do, as always,
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. We've watched the protests all this week as it relates to Brother George Floyd. How many of you in the chat room have had a chance to, and I'm going to interact with everybody in the chat room with your questions today as I get through the presentation, but how many of you have been watching and observing the protest? Now, when I say observe, I'm not just saying what the media is feeding you, meaning observing what's happening on the ground, observing the behavior of the state police in Minnesota, the police of Minneapolis, the police around the country. Observe. The most important thing you can do when it comes to critical thinking is your ability to not only understand information that you're reading critically, but to be able to observe everything that's happening around you. How many of you thought about, they were able to burn a police precinct down, I think precinct 13 in Minneapolis. That's the police precinct where the despicable cop, Chavis, killed Brother George Floyd. Ask yourself, how were they able to do that? Now, when you have protest, you have people that are the real protesters, meaning the people that are really invested emotionally in the community, who might be protesting peacefully or maybe raising a little hell still. Then you have what we have to watch out for is the agent provocateurs. The agent provocateurs. You've got to watch out for your agent provocateurs, people out there who are purposely engaging in violent behavior to create and change the narrative. Now, you're going to say, you're talking about the protesters, info man. I'm talking about, no, on both sides, the police and the people in the protest, because my basis of where I'm going with this gets back to what I talked about a few nights ago, is that what is America built off of? This country is built off of racism and a power structure of white supremacy. Not that white people are supreme to us, but that's the ideology of their thinking, those who feel that they are supreme. It is backed up by a system. I'm going to break that system down, and I want to say shout out and thank you to Brother Urea Karima. I interviewed this brother. He's my brother and my comrade in arms. And I knew this stuff already, but he gave me a reminder on his show when he said, let's break down this structure. Thank you, Sister No Nonsense, for the super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
Let's break down this structure. Let me, before I get started, because once I get started, folks, I'm getting started. Let me give some love to people in the chat room. Let's start with, we got Six Figure Daves. Did you see the Karen in the wheelchair crying while stabbing black people at Target? Wow, I didn't see that. That's a shame if that was happening. We got Queen I Know I Am. She's in the house. We got Back to the Basics in the house, along with Uncle Frank's is in the house. Feminine Overload, thank you for being here. Once again, Back to the Basics. We've got my main man, the underrated Darkness. We've got Amon Eyes 84. Sister 84 is in the, Among 84 is in the house. If I'm not saying your name right, I go with the last name, the Sister Eyes 84. Christina Parks is in the house. Thank you, sister. She says, speak on it. I am going to speak on it, but it is going to ruffle people's feathers. If you have soft feathers, then you can't stay here for this, because I'm going to tell it like it is. I'm not going to give you the quota, you know, what America wants us to say, you know. Be good, black people. Just go on in your house and everything going to be all right. No, I'm not going to do that. We've got Voices of Reason for the People. Thank you for telling everybody to pay attention. I appreciate everybody in the chat room 100%. And, of course, my main sister here who gave me the super chat, No Nonsense. I appreciate that again. We've got R.Y. in the house. We've got Robert in the house. Peggy Roster's in the house. Thank you for being here. We've got Collective Minds. And I'm trying to see if I have missed anybody before I get going, because once I get going, folks, I've got to get going to keep my thoughts in structure. We got Jay Dunn in the house. Make sure y'all check out Jay Dunn's channel, everybody's channel, matter of fact. And then we've got my main man who always comes through for me from San Jose is Off the Chain. Now, yes, San Jose is off the chain. Earl Owens is in the house. Thank you for being here. And then we have Christina Parks again. And let me stroll back down. What I'll do from time to time is I'll read your statements to get your perspective. And I might even open up the panel to have people call in. I'll put a link in the chat room. And we've got my man here with the link, the Covey logo, Arthur. Thank you. He says, what's up, info man? I got to make out that last name of yours. I'm pretty bad with names, but I appreciate you being here. And we got my man, Earl Owens, who's just super chatted me Thank you again.
Thank you for the super chat.
So what I want to lay out today to you, we have to lay out why you have the protest that you're having, why things are happening. We have to lay out something very important, which is the structure that we're living under, which is the structure of racism, or white people, or people who think that they are supreme to us. Let me just say it like that. I'm going to break that structure down, and then I'm going to break down the areas of activity, as Neely Fuller Jr. talks about, where this has an impact on us. So I'm going to definitely hit those areas. So let me, by the way, I got to plug something in because I want to definitely play something for you by the brother Neely Fuller Jr. at some point in time. This is very important. So I want to break that structure down in terms of the areas of activity again, and then go over the protective structures of why we don't get justice, but why other groups, even some of the people that you see protesting out there, there are white people that you see that are protesting out there in Minneapolis, because there's really not a large black community in that particular area, and they're protesting. A lot of those liberal whites that, you know, they don't like what's going on. But even with them protesting and being out there and participating in what's happening, they are still protective. So even if they go out there and bust some windows and scream and yell and say, we want justice for brother Floyd, George Floyd, even if they get arrested or they get whatever, they can go back to their lives that they were living without any harm to them, while black people out there protesting, even after the protest is over, we are subject to complete harm, because the system that is set up actually is there to protect not us, but other groups, and particularly white people in this society. I have to be honest. So as they protest and get involved in protests in this situation that we're seeing on screen, they still are a protective class within their own power structure. What do I mean by a protective class? I'm going to break down what those structures are. I'm going to play the audio of the mayor of Atlanta, the sister who spoke loud, but I'm going to tell you why I disagree with everything that she said, because I'm sick and tired, and I know you all are sick and tired. Put a one in the chat room if you're sick and tired of always being told when something like this happens, go home, be quiet, don't cause problems. The preachers will take care of it for you. They'll teach you how to properly protest. Everything's going to be okay if we just vote and put some other candidate in office that's been lying to us. Black folks been going through this cycle for over 400 years, coming out of slavery into Reconstruction, into Jim Crow. We've been told a bill of goods over and over again, from the Democrats to the Republicans to the rooter to the tutor. If you just vote, we're going to be able to vote our way into justice and equality. I'm not going to deny that it is important to put people into office, particularly in my mind, that look like us, that have our agenda in mind. But even when you have black people in these positions that are supposed to work in our favor, it doesn't always go in our favor. I'll tell you why. Let me put a picture up here. And K Money Spoken Word System, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
And K Money, don't you go nowhere today. You stick with the stream today. I got very important information to lay on y'all today. And make sure y'all share this video on your social media. You've been doing a great job, and I appreciate everybody. Now, come on, everybody. Everybody in the chat room, we're gonna do this together. Let's name all. What's going on, Cujin87? That's my brother there. Black people in America, and hell, you can say in the whole hemisphere of the world, we've always had some black spokesperson talking for us. We've had black mayors. We've had black police chiefs. And black people are still catching hell. We had a black president in Obama with Eric Holder as the top cop of this country. And at that time when Obama was president, when we had Eric Holder and a DOJ that was supposed to be working in our favor, black people were still catching hell and being killed by cops. How many of y'all remember Professor Gates? He's the brother that does the PBS specials where he does DNA on finding your ancestors. Remember, he was coming home and one of these infiltrated white supremacist police officers stopped him when he was going in his house and harassed him. And what did Obama do? What did the country do? They stayed on code under their protective systems and told that Negro, you got to sit down with this white man who mistreated you and have a goddamn beer. How many of y'all remember that? A beer. It makes me laugh. They told him to sit down and have a beer, a conversation, and come to some reconciliation. The hell with reconciliation. Why do we always have to be the ones that be the bigger people? Be the ones that put out the olive branch of brotherhood? I'm sick of it. We're the only ones being asked to do such a thing. Thank you, Nikki Diva. Perfection, Nikki. Super chat, thank you. Thank you for that. I love it. But what you really need is you need this.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yes, thank you for the super chat. So we've had all types of people in political positions that are supposed to work in our favor. What's going on? Hello to NQ's World. Thank you for being here, sister. And once again, make sure you all, if you are content creators, I don't care, let each other know and support each other channels. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't let you click the avatar, so you got to write people's. So basically write everyone's name down on paper and then go back to the search engine and find them and subscribe if you would like to. I would like you to. So we've been sold this bill of goods that if you just go to school, get an education, and you vote, and you get the right candidates in it, everything's going to be good like Campbell's soup. Let me show you something. This police department that killed brother George Floyd, let me show y'all something. Who do you think the police chief is? He's a black man. I think he's got an interesting name, Avadoria, something like that. Here he is, right here. Boom. That's the police chief of Minneapolis. How many of y'all knew that the police chief out there was a black man? See, they keep telling us, vote, vote, get our people into these positions. Here we have a black man who's in charge of this police department, but yet he had 4 police out there who did not follow proper etiquette in how they dealt with George Floyd. See, it's just like I told y'all the other night. It doesn't matter if you have black people in the police force, black people in these institutions. It ain't our institutions. We don't control these institutions. That's why you got protests out there. That's why people are angry, fed up, tired. I remember when I lived in Oakland. Oakland had a black mayor, had a couple of black mayors, and it had black police chiefs. And under having a black police chief, you had a group called the Riders that would go around harassing black people in West Oakland, East Oakland, and such. San Francisco's had black police chiefs and mayors. Los Angeles has had a black police and mayor in charge. New York had black mayor and police chief. They've all have had, Chicago has had plenty of black police chiefs and mayors. I'm talking ebonics, mayors. Washington, D.C. has had black mayors. Now, my favorite is Marion Barry, because Marion Barry really was about the people. Yes, he had shortcomings with his drug use and some of his wanting to, shine his luxuries, but he did a hell of a lot. But even with Marion Barry and many other black people in Washington, D.C., Washington, D.C. still doesn't have statehood for their own people. Washington, D.C., still black people catch hell by the police. And yes, when black people commit crime on each other, there are black people who marched and take to the street. I've been in demonstrations growing up when it came to black people who did harm to other people. So I don't want to hear anybody in the chat room or anybody on the comments of this video saying, well, what about black on black crime? Dismiss me with that, because every racial group commits crime on each other's. Whites commit more crime on each other, damn near more than we do, but we don't know that because the media pushes another narrative. I know this because of the kind of work that I do. I see the goddamn crime data. There ain't too many people on YouTube who see the type of crime data that I see. There ain't too many people on YouTube who actually have dealt with white supremacist hate groups that are infiltrating our police departments, infiltrating institutions of this country, that I've actually have dealt with up front in their face, dealing with them psychologically. They got the tattoos. They got the writing on their body. You read their records and they've done all sorts of things. There ain't too many people on YouTube. There's people on YouTube who talk about it, but they've never really confronted these individuals to see where their mind is psychologically. I have. I don't even know how many of you all know how many hate groups they have. These what they call disruptive groups. You've got the Aryan Brotherhood, then you have disruptive groups underneath them. Different gang structures of these groups and how they all operate. I know how they operate. Who else is coming to the chat room? K Money, it's good to see you here again. So what I'm saying to you is that there's a reason why, let me fix something here. There's a reason why you've got the protests that you have going on. Now, how many of you realize that it was the police that actually initiated the violence? It was the police that took it upon themselves to publicly, while they were out there in Minneapolis, the protest was actually peaceful. People just said, you need to arrest those cops. If they wanted peace in Minnesota, in the state of Minnesota, in Minneapolis, all the prosecutor had to do and all the public officials had to do in Minneapolis was fire these men. They fired them, yes, but have them arrested next. And they could have done that very swiftly, but they bullshitted around and just fired them, let them dangle out there unaccounted for what they did other than the firing. Then they tell the protesters that y'all need to be peaceful. See, didn't we do something for y'all? We fired them. Shouldn't y'all be happy with that just alone? No. Because the problem is that they allowed them to be free after the firing. And then consequently, after that, you had the police department in Minneapolis that did this to the people. The police fired rubber bullets, stun grenades, at demonstrators protesting the killing of George Floyd. Minneapolis police offered dressed in riot gear. See, the militarization of our police departments in this country. In riot gear, fired rubber bullets, tear gas, and stun grenades into crowds of protesters that gathered later that past Tuesday to demand justice for the killing of Floyd. After video footage showed a cop kneeling on the back of a man's neck, which would be George Floyd, crying out, "I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe." I'm going to say it again. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. Because he said it about, and Eric Garner said it a bunch of times. He had his knee in his neck about, 8, 9 minutes, 10 minutes? We've all seen the video saying again, I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. Videos and photos posted to social media show people pouring milk into their eyes. Demonstrators affected by tear gas as chemical substances went into the crowds, into the air, and thousands of protesters marching in the streets near the site of Floyd's killing. Now, there's a brother who is a council member, Jeremy Ellis, in Minneapolis. He said that this was disgusting display. The city council member represented Minneapolis Ward 5. "I'm here on the south side helping people as I can with milk, water, and towels. So far, I have been unable to prevent the police from firing indiscriminately into the crowd. Moments ago, I held a towel to a teenage girl." While this teenage girl, ladies and gentlemen, head was bleeding. Blood was pouring from this teenage girl's head. This is a damn shame. So my premise to everyone listening is that it was the police department and police departments that initiated agitating the protesters in Minneapolis. And I think what happened is when people around the country were already upset about what happened to brother George Floyd, but I think people were upset at seeing how the police took complete advantage of the people who were trying to protest peacefully, and they were harming them. And you had agent provocateurs out there that were adding to the mess. People, if you think that the government of this country did not have agents out there, you got another thing coming to your mind. And you've noticed last night when they brought the National Guard into the situation, I kept hearing on the news reports and on YouTube that there were a lot more black people out there. There were still white people out there and other groups of people, but some of those agents that were out there, you could tell that they went on home. And this is the thing about being black in America when it comes to this kind of stuff. When something happens, we'll be out there protesting, and maybe you'll get some other groups that will protest with us. And then when the shit really hits the fan, some of these people will disappear, go back home, go back to where they came from, not want to be involved anymore. Maybe they just went out there to break the windows and start the fires. And then they leave black people with all the shit in our hands. Now, people are saying that, well, you should not destroy property like this police precinct right here. That's the precinct 13 that they burned. You should not burn property because you're destroying your community. I'm going to tell you right now, black people, we don't own any of this stuff. We don't own that police precinct. It is the police that harass us every day. It is the police that profile us every day. It is the police that make our life a living hell in America. And we're supposed to feel sorry and be quiet, be good black people and be quiet and go to our homes and just say, let's put it in the hands of Reverend Hamhawk. Let's put it in the hands of Do-Rag Sharpton. Let's put it in the hands of Messy Jesse. Let's put it in the hands of all these old black leaders. Put it in the hands of the black congressional caucus. Where have they been? You notice when shit really hits the fan, all of these so-called black leaders in the political game, which is everyone telling us that we need to vote, they're nowhere to be found. They're nowhere to be found. And then when they do want to talk to us, they want to tell us, calm down, go home. We know you're angry. Let the law run its course. The bullshit with that. They said the same thing to us when Michael Brown was shot and killed by the police in Ferguson. They told black folks to go home and calm down. Guess what? There was no justice served there. They told black people to calm down when Trayvon Martin was killed by Zinneman, and Zinneman was protected by this system that I'm going to break down to you. And black people waited patiently, and guess what? No justice served there. Eric Gardner became a victim by a choke, just in a way that George Floyd was a victim. And guess what they told us? Let the law will fix the problem. Guess what? No justice there. Which is why you got no justice, no damn peace. No justice and no peace will be submitted in this society when we are not getting what is due us, the respect that is due us. You had and I'm going to play the audio, you had the mayor in CNN, the mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, talking about, why did y'all break the CNN building? I'm going to get on that. I'm going to play the audio and I'm going to break that down. Now, you see on this picture here, people are running because this is when in Minneapolis, I just have a tongue tie with saying the word Minneapolis. God, I can say Minnesota, that's easy, but that Minneapolis, boy, that's a tongue twister. This right here, you see this picture where the sister on here, she's kind of running. That's because that's what started all of this when the police in Minneapolis start putting out the chemical agents. And I believe that people saw that and that made people more and more and more and more angry. Now, the mayor in Atlanta, Georgia said that, why did they put graffiti on the CNN logo? Turner made that for us. They're reporting on the news every day about us. Bullshit. CNN and all these news medias, they're all a part of the propaganda game. They all misreport and characterize us as animals. The only reason why the CNN and the news people were there, you notice they got there very heavy when what? When the destruction started, when the police started gearing up on folks out there, when there was the destruction of the buildings, that's when CNN really came on ground. There was no CNN around when George was being killed by these police. You know who was out there? It was people, everyday people that were out there saying, what are y'all doing? Let the man can't breathe. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Look how they doing people out here. Got him bleed on the ground. He crying and shit. That's sick.
Please, I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody help me.
You are listening to Information Man.
Right there, you can hear Brother George Floyd saying, please, please, I can't breathe. And this individual showed him no reverence. This is the man. And let me add something to this too. You see, the district attorney, Mike Freeman, from the mayor to the police chief, the Negro right here, who's in charge of that scandalous club they call a police department. He's in charge of it. He's in charge of that Ku Klux Klan department, or at least we think he is. See, sometimes you can have this racist system. It can be brought to you by somebody that looks like you too. You can have black people as in charge of stuff, but they really don't have complete power. They don't own or control the boy club. They're simply a face for the boys club to make it look like it's all diverse, that it's all we're all together in this shit, which I'm sick of hearing that nowadays with the COVID-19. We're not all in this together. This individual that was a part of his police department, who, by the way, see, this is where the buck stops with those that are in charge. By the way, this man has had all types, as I told y'all before in the last video, he's had all types of complaints for excessive force, for mistreatment and misconduct. He's had all types of complaints on him and never was disciplined for the things that he was doing. So that question, the question begs, when he was getting all this disciplinarian, all these complaints on him, my question to the so-called black police chief is, where were you, brother, when we needed you? Where were you? Because this man is the reason why George Floyd is not alive today. This man, had he been dealt with, had you had real power, black police chief, George Floyd just might, just got to say just might, because God knows what else is in that police department. You got the 3 others that they have not arrested yet. So justice is not served. They have not been tried. You see, they could have kept some of this from happening had they arrested this man, arrested the 4 that killed George Floyd. Had they arrested him, and had the police had the respect for the crowd not to put chemical agents on them. This man had 1,000 complaints against him. What's going on, George? Brother Joe, peace to you, Brother Joe. Peace to Simply, K Money, NQ's World, Underrated Darkness. Monique Hill is in the house. Thank you for being here. Christina, thank you for being here, Crystal. Thank you. Sister Pope has present, Nubian, Neo-Nubian, thank you for being here. Sister Eyes 84, thank you for still hanging out with me, walking through this with me. So you have this man here who, by the way, everybody, you notice that they didn't arrest him until people had to break some shit up. People had to act a plumb butt fool out there, right? People had to burn some shit down like this. See, why is it that, and they tell everybody, be peaceful, don't destroy things. That's not the way to protest. Well, when people were protesting peacefully in Minneapolis, the police put the chemical agents on them, and that turned people up to get violent, to get aggressive, to start burning some shit down. And it's funny how until they start tearing some shit up in that town and around the country, all of a sudden, now the district attorney, the prosecutor, all of a sudden now he found a way to give this man 3rd-degree charges for manslaughter and for killing him. But when he met and talked to us just a day before with the FBI, he talking about, well, we can't jump to conclusions. We got to do a thorough investigation. What is there to investigate? You got a video. You got the camcorder video that shows that George wasn't fighting anybody. He was basically saying, what did I do? He had the camcorder. He had the video. They had the police video. Then they had the video that was taken by the bystanders. So what is there to investigate? It's an open and closed case. It's an open and closed case. But this individual, this is why I said y'all got to observe what's happening here, folks. My good people in the chat room, my good people that's listening, observe. The day before, the day of that morning, before they prosecuted or decided to arrest that officer or that monster. He's not even an officer, he's a monster. The day before they did that, this DA prosecutor told us that, well, we're looking into it. We don't want to jump to conclusions. And the day that they actually, in the evening, arrested him, this prosecutor was talking to the press, and you could tell by his body language that A, he didn't want to be there. B, he didn't really want to prosecute the police. He felt uncomfortable talking about the police and what they did. He felt very uncomfortable. He got the hell off that platform as soon as he could and let the governor take the heat. The governor take the heat. He didn't want to talk about it. This is a man that just the day before said, well, we can't jump to conclusions. We don't know what we could file a complaint on. We don't know what we could prosecute them on. Then as soon as people went out there and tore some shit up, whether it was provocateurs out there or not, or just everyday people, that's when they came back yesterday talking about, okay, we're going to arrest them. So, and then they tell you, well, you got to be respectful. Look, it seems like when people protest respectfully, shit doesn't get done until you do tear some shit up. And I'm not an advocate of violence by no means, but it wasn't until people tore some shit up these last few days that they got some results by them arresting him, first of all. Arresting this piece of crap. That this police chief already knew that this man had complaints on him. You know why I know this for a fact? Because when you are a police chief of a police department, you know, you see what comes before your table when there are complaints levied on a police officer, because you got to deal with the unions who protect these officers, like the Fraternal Order of Police. They are a protective group of their own kind, their own police kind. This is why people went out there and protest and did the things that they did. I'm sick of hearing people on social media. Now, I heard somebody on Fox. What's that guy on American Ladies in the House? The police chief of Minnesota, a dark-skinned Mexican and not a black American descendant of slavery. I'm talking about the Minneapolis police officer. This man right here is the police chief, or he is one in charge. Look at those bars on his shirt. I actually saw him talk on a recent video, and they reported him as the chief of the Minneapolis police, which is the same police department that this piece of shit works for. Same logo, the whole 9 yards. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's an assistant police chief. But when he was talking, and I saw the interview that you're seeing on the screen, he was talking as a police of authority. So he's part of the brass. If he's not the chief, then he is one of the top brass of that police department. Because they were talking to him about in a position of authority. When they interviewed him as a man of authority. So either way, what I'm trying to say is that if you are part of the top brass, it's still your duty to clean out the garbage in your police department. And the question is, why haven't they? And I get sick and tired of everyone saying, well, you know, not all cops are bad. They're good ones. Well, God damn it. Why is it that if there's so many good ones, why is it that every time this happens, nobody stops the bad ones? If you got 4 police officers out there, why didn't one of them, not one of them, stop this piece of garbage right here, Chauvin's, from doing what he did? And by the way, his wife, I just read the quote on that. His wife is divorcing him. She says that he's been nothing but garbage anyway as a husband. After she found out about what he did, she said, I'm out of here. I'm filing for a divorce. Once again, as I said before, this man has had a series of complaints were filed against him. Chavez has over the years, but didn't result in any disciplinary action against him. Officer being represented by an attorney involved in another high-profile shooting case. I talked about that over the just a few days ago when I went live, everybody, about what's going on. Golden Melanin, a.k.a. Fans 3, thank you for being here. The Voice, thank you for being here, The Voice. I talked about this before, folks, how these police departments are infiltrated by hate groups. In 2006, now the FBI identified white supremacists in law enforcement as a concern. I'm giving you a summary of what I talked about the other night. The FBI identified white supremacists in law enforcement as a concern because of their access to both restricted areas of vulnerable information, elected officials, or people who could be seen as potential targets for violence. The memo that the FBI had warned of a group called Ghost Skin, a hate group. I'm familiar with a lot of these white supremacist groups, these sub-gang groups that are running all over our country. And I'm also familiar with the subliminal messaging that they use in their clothing that they wear. Did you know a Nebraska hat, the football team, the college, the Nebraska hat, you have white supremacists that will wear the red Nebraska hat with the N on it. That has a subliminal messaging to it that we need to be aware of. Now, check this out. CNN. You all have heard about this. This brother, now they call him Black and Latino, and he works for CNN with a crew. You all heard about it already. And so he was arrested while giving the news. His name is Omar. And although because somebody gonna say, well, they arrested all of them. Although they arrested all the members in the crew, the first person that they put handcuffs on, who they put handcuffs on first, everybody, in the chat room? Let's say it. And we got Sugar Love in the house. Thank you, Sugar Love, for being here. They arrested Omar. They arrested the young reporter. And he asked the police, the state police, because this was state police out there, can you tell me why I'm under arrest? He showed them, as you can see on the picture, his credentials. He showed them, as you can see on the picture, he said to them, and I heard the audio as much as all of you have, discussions with Dina. Peace to you, sister, for being here. No nonsense is in the house. We got Brother Malone. Tone Malone is in the house. Joe W. in the house. I see y'all in the house. I appreciate y'all being here. You'll notice he told them, I work for CNN. He showed the credentials. He still got arrested, and they did not tell him why he was being arrested. And I'm going to tell you something. There he is being arrested as he's asking them. I'm going to tell you something. You can talk all that I'm multiracial stuff all you want. You can say, oh, he's black and Latino all you want. They arrested him. When they saw this dude, they didn't see no black and Latino. They didn't see a mixed race person. Because of the tone of his skin, they saw a black man. They said, let's go get the Negro first. He shouldn't be on air with a camera and microphone. He shouldn't be reporting on us anyway because he's property. He's not a citizen. African Americans are not citizens. They are property. They have no right to anything. And so they took him away along with others of his crew, his producer, and they arrested them. And when he got out of jail, he was asked again, did they ever tell you what they arrested you for? And he said that no, they never did. But this is the thing about people like this brother who are not what I would call an ADOS. He's not ADOS. Is that I have a problem with brothers like this who they get mistreated by the police. And then they come out and say, well, they arrested me and I stayed overnight. They still didn't tell me why I arrested. And then when he was interviewed by his own people at CNN, do you think they did it to you because you were black? Well, I didn't see it at first as that. I didn't see it as they were arresting me because I was black necessarily, because I was asking, because people, when you got immigrants that come here, y'all come over here and y'all see yourself as different, separate from us, and that, oh, that's just something that happens to black people. And they didn't see that Latino in him. They saw the black. And they put hands on him first before they put hands on the rest of his crew, because there's a code that white people who are racist operate off of. Well, we're going to have to arrest all of them to make it look like we're not just singling the Negro or the Afro-Latino, but we will eventually get to them just to make it look good for us. So they arrested the other crew members. And the funny thing about it is that he said that they already knew who he was already because they were a film crew. Isn't that laughable? That brother was out there like crickets by himself, being arrested. All right. And then they go after the rest of his crew, put him in jail. Now, this is my argument. If he had been a white guy, because you see plenty of white guys like Anderson Cooper, you saw all those white guys out there that are reporting in the middle of what's happening with the police around them. You don't see any of them getting arrested, but he gets arrested. What does that tell you about America? What does that tell you about our standing? If you are a person that looks like you are black, they don't give a damn what else you're mixed with. They're going to treat you like that. And this is the thing. ADOS, American descendants of slavery. ADOS, black people born in America. Had that happen to us, you know what we're going to do. We're going to sue everybody. That's the question. That young brother should sue the police department, the state police in Minneapolis, for doing what they did to him when he was a member of the press. And then, of course, the governor came back later and said, oh, I apologize. No, you apologize by giving that man some money. And you apologize by reprimanding the members of your state police that were involved in arresting him. See what I'm saying? When they do us wrong, no matter where we are in the diaspora of the world as black people coming into this country, when they do us wrong, they say, oh, we're sorry, we didn't mean that. But then they give us no restitution, and no prosecution for the officers who had no business arresting him when he was committing no crime, but he was the member of the press. And don't be fooled by it because they arrested his white crew members. I looked very closely at the fact that they went straight to him and arrested him, put him in hand to the cuffs. To the hand to the goddamn cuffs. I can't breathe, as you see on the picture there. It's pretty obvious that the police are nothing but rats, like you see the rat on that picture right there. They're rats. Like the brother told the police officer when he was killing George Floyd, man, you are a buster. You're a bum. The man can't breathe. Give him something. Check his pulse. He's a bum. And bums are no better than rats, like you see right there. Pure rat. Stop killing black people. And you saw people out there with these signs saying stop killing black people. This is why it won't stop. This is why it can't stop, because of the system. What is the system? Let me break it down to you right now. And this is by way of my brother, Karima. I've got to give him a shout out because he reminded me of the structure when I was listening to him. What is the structure of this supremacist system that we live in? Why black people continue to catch hell. And this is why black folks out there that are in these positions of authority, like mayors, telling us, go home, relax, be quiet. The system's going to work for you if you just do it peacefully. It's bullshit. It's a system that we don't own and operate. Let me play for you, as the opening of my presentation, my man, Neely Fuller Jr. This is why leaders, spokespeople, have no power over us unless we as a crowd move. This is why they did what they did to the protesters, because the protesters were taking what happened to a brother and they put it into action. And that action was to hold this country accountable. And when you hold this country accountable as a group in action, not just a spokesperson has no power if they don't move the crowd to do something. And once they saw that the crowd was not going to just lay back at home and take it all in and be satisfied with them just firing these police officers, that the crowd was going to do something, that's when it becomes, uh-oh, this is dangerous. This can change public policy. Neely Fuller Jr. speaks about, once again, how a spokesperson, a leader, does not threaten the system if you as the people don't make something happen. Listen to this right here.
The white supremacists learned a long time ago, before I was born. You don't have to pay attention to a spokesperson, a person that's speaking. Pay attention to the reaction of the people who are listening. And if the people who are listening are not changing anything that they are doing, so what? See, the white supremacists are pure scientists. They are very scientific people. They don't let their emotions dominate the science like non-white people do. We get fired up on emotion and forget all about logic. The white supremacists are surgical in their thinking. That's why they're successful at every move they make. Wow. And it has the non-white people. So therefore, they walk into a place and they will see a speaker, a black speaker, talking to thousands of people. Okay. But they'll listen to the black speaker for a few minutes, but mostly they study the reaction of the people who are listening. And if the people who are listening all file away, all walk away, and do not change as a result of what was said, the white supremacists say business as usual. They study the reaction of the people who are listening. They don't care anything about the speaker at all. leaders, which is really a misnomer, you know. But black people speak all the time. Neely Fuller is speaking. So what? If nobody listens and acts on what he's saying, the white supremacists do not care. They don't care how many radio programs you have, how many TV programs. You can just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
Well, wait.
If black people still hold on to what I started this program with, hold on tenaciously to what we call black culture. The white supremacists said, I invented black culture. That's what the white supremacists say. Black culture is nothing but a reaction to me. That's all it is. And it's a very sorry reaction. It has 4 components: primitive, pitiful, stupid, and or silly. Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. 2 people you named.
Yes,
What happened to them?
they got killed.
You better believe it. That's what happens to anybody who starts taking effect.
Okay.
Now, everybody who's still breathing, including Neely Fuller, they ain't effective. All right? They kill you when you're effective.
So Neely Fuller Jr., what he's basically saying is that when you are effective as a spokesperson or a leader, you don't last very long because they look and observe the behavior of people. They look and observe the behavior of the crowd. Is the crowd rising? That's why you have people that will come out and tell people, go home, don't protest, don't come together. Because what happens is that it creates the anarchy that breaks the system of the American broken system. As I wrote on here, America is a broken system. America is a broken system. And I'm going to quote my brother, Dr. Cornel West, who said just yesterday, and he told it like it is, that America
Tell the truth.
America is a failed, listen to me now, American society is a failed social experiment. American society is a failed social experiment. And American society cannot, will not, and cannot again reform itself. Listen to me. It cannot reform itself because the social experiment is a failure. If black people have been here over 400 years and we're still being lynched as if we're back in the 1920s and the 1800s, because that's what happened to George Floyd. He was lynched. This is a picture of him when he was in high school. Matter of fact, they said he was a great athlete. And I think he was friends with Steven Jackson, who played in the NBA veteran. He said that George was a likable brother. He said that the only difference between him and George is that George didn't get the opportunities that he got that led him to be able to play professional sport. He said this man had talent, but for whatever the reasons, whatever the reasons, opportunities he had or did not have, it didn't work out for him in that way. And he came out of the streets of Houston in a project area that was, by all accounts, a very tough area that he grew up in. There's already rumors, and I don't know how true it is or not, but I believe it may be true, that he was working at a club as a security man, and that cop that killed him was also working there as a security man. And then the rumor now is that maybe that police officer had a particular personal beef with him. So when he was putting his knee in his neck, he might have had some extra incentive to do harm to George because maybe he did not like this brother in their interaction working together. And this happens to black men because black men, we have style. We can get the girls, we get the ladies. We got style, we can dress, we got swagger to us. Anything that we wear. Hell, you can put a black man in a Bugs Bunny suit and we'll make that Bugs Bunny suit rock. And many people are jealous of our style and our swag and our gift of gab with the ladies. Who knows? He might have been jealous of George because maybe he took a lady from him that he was interested in. Who knows? I'm speculating, but these things do happen when interpersonal differences between men. This is a speculation, but it's been put out there that they possibly work together. You may say on a legal front, oh, that's immaterial. Well, no, I don't think it is, because who knows what the relationship was? Because damn it, if he actually had respect for George, he would have realized, oh shit, I work with George at the club. George is cool. Oh shit, let me not do this to George. Let me sit him down and talk to him and say, George, you know me, man. We work together. Right? Isn't that what people do when they know each other or they have a working relationship? If the relationship is one that is what? Of structured and respect for one another. I'm just adding that as a side note to this. Now, you heard Neely Fuller Jr. and what he had to say. That's why they're scared of young people out there protesting. You've got the older generation that's scared than they damn self. The older generation that ain't left us nothing, didn't build anything for us. The older generation that told us to turn the other cheek. Don't you get yourself in no trouble. Because the older generation was scared themselves. It's just like Jason Black said on his program. Where's all these old civil rights Negroes that come out and support them young people out there? Black people, where they at? They scared. They hiding behind the doors. You got people in the media talking about what is the black preachers doing? What is the black community doing to get their kids out of there from protesting and breaking some shit up? I don't hear anybody in the media talking about what's wrong with those white kids out there that's burning shit up, busting glass, and protesting and acting and wilding out as well, if you want to call it that. If you're going to call out our youth, you better call out your youth as well. And this is why they're not going to do it, because those same white kids out there that are protesting, they are under this protection. Now, what are these areas of activities that Neely Fuller speaks about? We got the area of economics. This is the areas of the supremacy that they push. This is how they control us within these areas. They control economics. These are the areas of activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, war, and counter-war. And as my brother Urema was talking about, and I've got to get to it, because this is the real deal of how this works. The power structure of white supremacy in this country, which is why we are subject to this treatment, has different layers to it. I just named out the areas of activities which they control. And how they are protected under this control is that you have secret societies like the Rothschild family. Lockstep, as my brother was talking about, Urema, program called Lockstep, how they want to control us. Then remember, you've got the Rex 85, the King Author Plan. How many of you in the chat room are familiar with the King Author Plan? If you're familiar with the King Author Plan, Rex 84, put a 1 in the chat room. Put a 1 in the chat room if you've heard of the King Author Plan, Rex 84. That's a contingency plan that if the urban environment gets out of control with protests and the things that you're seeing right now, they have a contingency plan specifically for urban environments where black people live, to put us in what? Black sites, to quarantine us, to lock us down, to specifically focus on black people. It's the King Author Plan, Rex 84. Look it up. Learn something today. That is in the government. that was signed that is one of those secret deep state protocols that American society has that they can implement if they really want to. Yeah, they bring in the National Guard, they got the state police, but they can actually ramp it up if they want to. Peace to you, brother Aduvian. Peace to you, brother Yapo. Love you, Yapo. Love you, K Money. Love your discussions with Dana. Love you, love you, love you. No nonsense. Jamal James, thank you for being here. They could ramp it up to intensity if they choose to do so under the Rex 84 plan, King Arthur plan. I need y'all to look it up. Anybody in the chat room, I need one of the mods to look up that plan if you can right now. If you got the link, if you're a mod, drop the link into the chat room so that people can read up on it for themselves. I actually did a video. You can look it up. If you go through my old videos, my old videos in my channel, you will find a video where I specifically had a panel discussion and talked about the King Arthur plan. Just go through my archives and you'll see a picture, you'll see a thumbnail and a title talking about the King Arthur plan. Go into my archives, or you can look it up on Google and put the link into the chat room. If you can do that, I would appreciate that. Let me see what Underrated Darkness is talking about. Underrated Darkness says the Black Caucus still in the civil rights magic, right? Carpet, but at the same time, they have not did anything for people going on 60 years by the fact. Well, the problem with the Congressional Black Caucus and the problem with our older black leadership is that they've been living off of what they've done in the past. And they think that the stuff that worked in the past with the nonviolent protest is somehow going to have the same effect in the 21st century. I'm telling you, it does not. Because the people in Minneapolis, they were protesting peacefully, and it was the police. See, why is it that none of our black leaders and so-called leaders in this country have come out and said that, wait a minute, the police were the ones putting chemical agents on people before they started doing any kind of violent behavior? That's what escalated the whole goddamn thing. I gotta tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Now, under this protective structure of the white supremacist system or supremacy system, because they think they're supreme, but they're not, they have the secret societies that I talked about, the Skull and Bones, the Committee of 300. Check this stuff out, folks. And they're able to, another thing that they do to maintain control over you is they make you have a belief in the Illuminati, that there's an all-seeing power to control you. See, as my man Pharaoh says that, and I'm going to do a video on the Illuminati too, folks. As my man Pharaoh says that, which is a YouTuber that I follow a year ago, and I have audio that I'm going to use that brother talked about. He said that it's more dangerous to believe in the Illuminati than the Illuminati is to you, because that's what the government wants. They want you to believe in hocus pocus so that they can keep you so docile that you won't stand up and fight against their system. So they want you to believe that they're so powerful that you will never want to come against them, because like the Twilight Zone, they got you so spooked out. And they do an effective job of spooking us out. So they got the secret organizations. They have protective infrastructure. What is that protective infrastructure? The police. So the police out there that were banging on the people, that's their first defense line of protective structure. Then the second is the militia. That's why you had those militia in Michigan. Remember I did a video on that? Who could go to Michigan with their guns, get up in the face of the police and not have any harm brought to them. While the people in Minneapolis had no guns They might have got up in the police face and said, we don't like what you're doing, but they had no weapons on them and they weren't inside of a state building. And what did the police do? They put chemical agents on them. But those militia in Michigan went into the state building, had no chemical agents put on them, and they were harassing the assembly members of that such state house building. But the militia is another layer of their protective structure, which maintains the system of this thing we call white supremacy, if that exists. For some people who don't believe it, some people that do believe it. Then you have the National Guard as another layer of their protective system. And we saw that last night. They put the National Guard out there, and the National Guard is nothing but a front. Is nothing but a front for pushing what? Martial law on your ass. Martial law on your ass. Your individual ass and your collective asses. That's the house of the man who killed George Floyd. They wrote as you can see on his drive-through. And of course, his wife, as I said earlier, said that she's going to divorce his ass. So they have the militia to back them up with the police. So they have these different layers. Then you've got the National Guard. And the National Guard, as I was saying before, they pushed the police state because they told everybody last night at 8 o'clock, you got to go back in the house, get off the streets. They're telling people to get off the streets. You get off the streets. That's a form of martial law. And the government of Minnesota has no one to blame but themselves for not acting swiftly. They thought that they could just pacify everyone by the firing of the cops, and that black people would do what we have done in the past, where we join hands with people and we say, let's pray, let's bow our heads down. Come on, everybody, do it with me. And don't get me wrong, I believe in God, I'm a spiritual person, but they want black people and people alike to bow their heads like this, pray to God and say, we shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. And then they want us to say, we have to love our enemy as we would love ourselves. We cannot take to the streets with violence and harm anyone. Even though they're putting dogs on you, even though they're putting chemical agents on you, even though they put dogs on you, black people in the 60s and the 50s and 40s, even though they're hanging black men from trees like strange fruit, we can't be violent. We can't stand up. We have to hold our heads down and say, someday we will be free. We got to believe in the system. You got to go out and vote for some chump like Biden or Donald Trump. You got to believe in some wretched politician who's going to raise the bar for you. You got to believe in Democrats and Republicans. Both of them screw you. Just go home and look at television. Go home and play video games. Numb yourself with drinks and cry your tears out. And say, as we always say, why does this always happen to us? We already know why it happens to us, because of the structure of white supremacy in American society. The protective groups being the police, the militia, and the National Guard. And the next one are their underlays, their street thugs. Well, who are the street thugs? The racial groups, the white supremacist groups, the skinheads, the white nationalist groups, the off-right. Ku Klux Klan. Gang syndicates that they have. Nazi lowriders, that's one of them. They use those groups on the ground to harass us. How do they also do that? Because those same groups join the police departments to reinforce it, the militia. They also join the government as prosecutors, like Mr. Mike Freeman, who said he could not find what charges he could put on this man until people start tearing some shit up. A man who you could clearly see he didn't want to be there in the moment because he doesn't want to prosecute these cops. And there's already rumored that there could be a relationship that he has with that particular thug police officer. So you remember, police officers and the DAs and prosecutors, they work hand in hand together, folks. Hand in hand together. They're working hand over foot together. There's no doubt in my mind. Another area, so you have the protective infrastructure is what those were. The police, the militia, National Guard, the racist groups. Now, and I got to say shout out again to Brother Urema because he inspired me to do this, listening to him earlier this morning. Then you have the protective outer structure of the system. And we have to understand how it works so that you create a strategy to fight it. So the protective outer structure is the Air Force. Oh, yeah, your military, which all these hate groups are involved in the military. Then you've got the Army, the Navy, the Marines. For those of you that are military, ex-military, I'm sorry, I got to tell the truth. Mercenaries, special forces and such. These are the protective infrastructures and outer structures that maintains the structure of supremacy, in this case, white supremacy in American society. Thank you. Let me see. That, if I'm not mistaken, is Sister Ride or Die, who just super chatted me. Let me give her some love there. Thank you for the super chat, sister.
Thank you for the super chat.
And wow, let me see if I could find her original, because I really appreciate that. Very much so. So thank you. She says this: we must fight the power that suppress us. Stop spending our black dollars and save ourselves. Yes, we have to save ourselves. You're absolutely right. I want to see if I could find. Oh, there it is. I can find it now. There it is. Let's put it on the board. There it is. So, Miss Ride or Die, thank you again for the super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
She says we must fight. I'm going to say this again. We must fight the power that suppress us. Stop spending our money. Black dollars need to be with us, and we need to save ourselves. So I agree with you. We need to focus on ourselves, spend amongst ourselves to develop what? Wealth, connective wealth. So those areas that I talked about are the structure of what maintains what you are seeing in the protests when people are out there protesting, particularly black people. And you have to keep in mind that even though you have other race of people that have gravitated towards this protest, when the white kids go out there and protest and break some shit up, they can go back home to mommy and daddy, and they can go back to a system that says, okay, we forgive you for being out there breaking and causing fires. We understand that you're just a misunderstood youth. You're not one of those black people out there that we see as animals already. So when white people participate in this, because they are protected by the largest society that enforces these infrastructures, they are protected themselves by the very infrastructures, ladies and gentlemen, that are used to enforce upon us. Do y'all understand what I just said right there? And I love everybody for being here and everybody out there listening. Do you understand what I just said? They are protesting out there, but the very systems that they're protesting against at this moment in time is the same system that protects them, but is a nightmare for us. So even if they get arrested, even if they get caught on tape or go back to their communities, all will be forgiven for them. But if a black person gets arrested, there is no system in place to protect us, to get us out of trouble. You see, every time a black person is killed like this in America, you see the same people. You see Benjamin Crump, Lee Myers, if I'm saying his name right. You see the same black lawyers who are involved. Well, when something happens to white America, they've got a whole goddamn government, a whole goddamn system that backs their moves. We only got a couple of black folks here and there to back our moves. And a lot of times, they're not always successful at backing our moves. I got to tell the truth. Greg Harris, how you doing? Welcome here. Christo, good to see you, sister, again. Jay, thank you for being here. T Studio X, what's up? Got to mod you up, T Studio X. T Studio X, check his channel out. The brother is trying to get his channel off the ground. I'm watching this brother doing the best he can to kind of grind his channel out. And I don't think the brother gets the support that he should get. He's doing the best he can. He's in the early stages of his YouTube career, trying to develop. Brother Underrated Darkness, check his channel out. He not getting the support that I think he should get too. All of you in the chat room right now, take a pen and paper. If you can, write people's names down in the chat room so that you can go back to the search engine and find them on YouTube and check them out. Let me say shout out to a few people out there. Let me tell you shout out to Gab Talk Media, wherever you are, TR Show. Let me say shout out to my man George Makem too. Brother Moses. Let me say shout out to brother O'Shea Duke Jackson. Let me say shout out to Wadamaya. That's a brother from the Africa. He's got a big channel. I've been on his channel before. That's my brother. Y'all got to check him out. He had some powerful words to say about what happened to George Floyd. He had powerful words to say. He told it like it was. And he's got a channel where he's got millions of subscribers following him. Let me say shout out to Malcolm X Fletch TV. I'll be on his program tomorrow. I think he's got something going on his channel. Check him out. Brother Urema. There was somebody else I wanted to shout out. Now I'm losing train of thought. Let me play the audio of the mayor of Atlanta, which I'm sure some of you have already heard, but I want to play it because I want to dissect it, because there were things that she said that I did not agree with, because it goes back to that be a scared Negro in America. Don't cause no problem. Don't shake nothing. Just be scared. Jay Sean is in the house. Jay Sean, I'm gonna send you an email so I can get you on the program, brother. I'm probably gonna drop a link in the chat room to have someone come up so we can further talk about this. Let me play the mayor. Listen to what she said. Now I can agree with her to this point that we can't have people out there protesting, not being serious about what this is all about. But too often we've got people in leadership trying to pacify us when we start, what do the young people call it today? When we turn up. I think it's good for us to turn up like this person. I think it's good to turn up. Because we can't lay back forever and just take this crap. Now listen to what she said, and then I'm going to give you my critique, and you say what you got to say about it too. What's going on, Dallas Slade? Good to see you here, brother. It's been a while.
Chaos. A protest has purpose. When Dr. King was assassinated, we didn't do this to our city. So if you love this city that has had a legacy of black mayors and black police chiefs and people who care about this city, where more than 50% of the business owners in Metro Atlanta are minority business owners. If you care about this city, then go home and pray that somebody like Reverend Beasley will come and talk to you and give you some instructions on what a protest should look like and how you effectuate change in America. This police chief made a video on yesterday, pull it up on YouTube, where she said she was appalled to watch the murder of George Floyd. This woman did that. You're not honoring the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement. You're not protesting anything, running out with brown liquor in your hands, breaking windows in this city. T.I. and Killer Mike own half the West Side. So when you burn down this city, you're burning down our community. If you want change in America, go and register to vote. Show up at the polls on June 9th. Do it in November. That is the change we need in this country. You are disgracing our city. You are disgracing the life of George Floyd and every other person who has been killed in this country. We are better than this. We're better than this as a city. We are better than this as a country. Go home. Go home. In the same way I couldn't protect my son on yesterday, I cannot protect you out in those streets. You're throwing knives at our police officers. You are burning cars. You have defaced the CNN building. Ted Turner started CNN in Atlanta 40 years ago because he believed in who we are as a city. There was a black reporter who was arrested on camera this morning who works for CNN. They are telling our stories, and you are disgracing their building. This is not the legacy of civil rights in America. This is chaos, and we're buying into it. This won't change anything. We're no longer talking about the murder of an innocent man.
Information is power.
So let me say something right now, and let me say peace to brother Kingdom. Alfie Kingdom came in the house, super chatted me. Thank you, the $5 super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you, brother. I'm glad you're here, my Oakland brother. Do me a favor. I mean, Alfie is a cool brother. On his channel, he gives a lot of brothers advice about dating, about women. It's a man's channel, basically. And so for the brothers that are in the chat room, I would say if you're not familiar with him, and some of you may be already, check his channel out. He's a classy brother, has a lot to say. He's connected to a lot of well-known brothers within that sector of YouTube that talk about issues that are related to men and how we need to be our best selves and getting ourselves together and moving as men, spiritually, physically, and emotionally. So for the brothers in the chat room who are not familiar with him, go ahead and check out Brother Kingdom. I love that brother. And he has a podcast as well. He does a lot of great stuff on his channel. You know, everybody on YouTube has their niche of what they do. What I do, you know, it's a variety of different things that you can pick and choose from. Now, let's go right into this right here. I got to dissect some things that she said, and I want y'all to do it with me. How many of you agree? I know she brought up the name, and you know, black people do this. I know she brought up the name of Dr. King, and I have a lot of respect. I have respect for Dr. King, but I also agree with what Brother Gregory Harris put in the chat room, where he said that people, American society, the system that I just broke down in terms of the structure of it, they didn't fear Dr. King. I'm not saying they didn't fear Dr. King, but they didn't fear Dr. King in the way that they were fearing Malcolm X, because Malcolm X, his whole thing was, I'm not a nonviolent person. If someone puts their hands on me, if someone puts their hands on you, you do the best you can and make sure they don't put their hands on someone else again. Malcolm X wasn't down with the laying down and letting the dogs bite on you. Now, Dr. King did what he had to do to move black people forward at the time that he lived in. So I'm not going to hate on my brother, Dr. King. I love Dr. King. But I do have to agree that Malcolm X and his approach was an approach that the system was a little bit more frightened at, because the system that Dr. King operated off of was more of a passive position of nonviolence. We're gonna beat them with love. We're gonna show them that we're better people by them having sympathy for us because we are oppressed people. Malcolm X was saying, get up off your ass and don't let nobody harm you or your family. And they just had different contrasting experiences, because Malcolm X, he was living in the urban environment. Dr. King was in the southern environment, even though he traveled all around the country. But I'm going to say this. We need both sides of the issue. We need a Malcolm X. We need a Dr. King's perspective and a Malcolm X perspective. We need that balance. But where I disagree with her, because so often our people will bring up, well, Dr. King with this and that. So often what our people do wrong is that they try to take the lens of the past and put that on young people today, when young people are dealing with a whole different set of circumstances today. It's the same thing, but it's a different circumstance. And that circumstance is this. Young people today are tired. Young people today are not looking to lay their lives down like that in a nonviolent way. Young people today ain't going to let you put dogs on them. Young people today are not going to let you just put chemical agents on them, tear gas and grenades, and say, that's it. Okay, we'll go home, master. We good black people. We get it. We'll pray here. Good black people today are not going to go into a kitchen, into a dining counter and order a meal and have somebody spit on our face. And we're not going for it. Those days is over. And the mayor of Atlanta, she's trying to bring us back to those days when black people just took it on the chin. You heard her say on there about the reverend. Oh, the reverend. We don't need preachers right now, because the preacher, historically, under this system, a white supremacy system, they always use the preachers to lure us to sleep. They use the preachers to say, let's use them to shut them down. That's why you got those in the media wondering, where's the preachers at out there? Because they're used to black people listening to the preacher to calm them down, and then we just go on back home as if nothing happened. They're asking us in this country to obey the law. They're asking us in this country to protest peacefully, yet the police do not operate peacefully against our bodies and our mind and our spirit. The police did not operate peacefully when they dealt with George Floyd. Thank you for the super chat again, Brother Alfie Kingdom Podcast.
Thank you for the super chat.
And Sugar Love, if you're still in there, thank you too. So we're not, it's just her, what she said, and she's a mother. She was afraid about her kids too. She talked about that as well. And look, I get her concern because she's the mayor. It's her city. The buck stops with her. So she had to come out and say something like this because she had to make it look like she wasn't condoling the behavior. But what really bothered me is when she said, well, why'd y'all do that to the CNN? We don't need black people protecting the infrastructure and protecting the systems that are run by people who don't look like us and don't care about us, who don't even like us. We got a black mayor protecting the corporations of CNN. CNN is a news rag corporation. Okay, they put some graffiti on the symbol, it's a CNN symbol. She's protecting CNN, talking about CNN is there to report our stories. They don't report our stories. Hell, you just had a black man, or they called him a black and Latino man, who worked for CNN. He got arrested. Those white supremacist state police in Minneapolis didn't give a damn about him working for CNN. They arrested him first. They put hands on him first before they gathered the rest of his crew. That's how they feel about us. They didn't give a damn about him working for CNN. CNN does not report proper news about what's happening with black people. Dismiss me with people on CNN. Most of the black people that they got on CNN are handpicked. Like Van Jones. Every time you turn around, he's on there crying. Van Jones used CNN's airwaves to talk crap to black people about the COVID-19. Talk to us like we little kids. They don't tell our stories on CNN. Our stories are being told by black folks, by historians who know our history properly. They're being told by black folks that are using social media like I'm using it to tell our real stories. Black YouTubers and black activists on the ground are telling our stories. CNN is not telling our stories. They are a corporate rag. So she's sitting up there defending look, all the damage to CNN, they are $1 billion corporation. They will write that off on their taxes as a loss. Their damages can be written off. And I'm not condoning violence. I'm not saying I don't want to see anybody getting hurt, but I can understand the frustration of the young people out there saying, we're tired of this. I'm 50 years old and I'm tired of it. Now, the mayor made a statement about Ted Turner. Oh, Ted Turner came to Atlanta and he built it for us black folks because he believed in the black folks in Atlanta, Georgia. Ted Turner is a quote unquote so-called liberal, rich man, white man, who does the same thing as George Soros. He creates social engineering. He's been using his media platform. Matter of fact, he's had a monopoly on media platforms for a long time, where he's able to push his social engineering on us. He is a member of the 1%. Ted Turner has never had to worry about the police harassing him. Ted Turner has not had to worry about his children or his kids or his family members being mistreated by the police. Ted Turner can go through this world and never be concerned about whether he'll get back home alive. Ted Turner would have never been killed in that manner by the police, even if he had a counterfeit bill. And guess what? Even if George Floyd had a counterfeit bill, he didn't deserve to be killed the way he was. And guess what? Any of us could accidentally have a counterfeit bill that we got from someone we got in a business exchange and didn't know that it was counterfeit. So they trying to make it seem like, oh, George had counterfeit money, so that means he's in the counterfeit game. If he was in, check this out, folks, nobody's talked about this. If George was in the counterfeit game, if he was in the counterfeit game, why did he have to work at a club as a bouncer? Because he lost his job. That's what was reported. If you deep in the counterfeit game, you damn sure wouldn't be needing to get a job at some damn club as a bouncer. He might have gotten that bill accidentally, and even if he got it knowingly, he didn't deserve to die the way he did. See, Ted Turner, who put CNN in Atlanta, Georgia, he doesn't have to worry about being mistreated like that. Hell, even Tyler Perry, the one who makes those movies, those Madeira movies that I don't like personally, even he got stopped by the police one night in Atlanta. They treated him like they would treat any black person, and once they realized who he was, all of a sudden it's, oh, Mr. Tyler Perry, we so sorry, Mr. Tyler Perry. Oh, so sorry, sir. So here's your license and registration. You have a good night, sir. If me and you get stopped in the middle of the night, they may smack us upside our head. They may choke us out like they did, or knee us out like they did George Floyd. These are facts of the life that we live. These are facts. Then she talked about T.I. Well, T.I. and Killer Mike, I don't know why Killer Mike I don't know why he doesn't change his name. That to me has always been problematic. And you got T.I., who's had his problems with the law, and Killer Mike, who she said, well, they own land. I don't know if any of you heard reports of Killer Mike and T.I., I said I.T., T.I., let me put some respect on his name, and T.I. losing property. Has there been any reports that they've lost property personally? And Killer Mike, I got to get on Killer Mike right now. I have a problem with his name. We don't need names like that. That name you're projecting the wrong energy, brother, by having the name like Killer Mike. A lot of times when you hear him talk, he talks on a conscious level. But to me, he ain't that conscious, because if he was that conscious, he would have changed his goddamn name. Because of the killer, what that represents. And now we have a beautiful black man in George Floyd who was killed, and he's got a name called Killer Mike. He needs to change that goddamn name. And also, I'm going to tell you right now, everybody listening, you have to beware of people, rappers and entertainers, who all of a sudden the mass media puts them on a pedestal as some black rap spokesperson for us. Because I don't know if you figured this out. Why is it that all of a sudden Killer Mike gets all this attention? You have to look at who's backing him. How did he get a Netflix special? Why is that he's always being pushed out there? Because in their system, they always choose black people that they want to be our spokesperson, because they know that that black person isn't really going to bring you true change, that black person is not really going to be as revolutionary as they talk when they've got the mass media as their platform to use. So I got to be very careful about that, because as I said before, you can't be that damn conscious. You talk a good game, but you still got a name that ain't working for me. Thank you, Brother Jamal James. That is problematic. I'm always weary of people that the mass media puts up as our spokesperson. No, they're not. Our spokespeople should come from the community. They should come from people like you in the chat room listening. The people that got their foot to the ground. People that's not being sponsored by some corporation. Like CNN, because he's been on CNN plenty of times. So this is where I totally agree with her. I disagree with her. And you notice, as she said that, well, they are attacking the police, but she never once talked about how the police have been attacking the protesters as well. As much as she say that her heart goes out for what happened to George Floyd, I did not hear anybody in the media talking about why did they do this, why they treat the protesters the way they did. Why did they initiate the protesters to take it to that level where they became aggressive as well? So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put a link in the chat room. If anybody wants to come up and talk to me, call in, let me put this in the chat room, and let's make it happen. And while I do that, while I wait, let me put on some audio for you all to listen to as it relates to the protest once more.
You can see Centennial Olympic Park, of course, the home of the 96 Olympics. In the middle of it all, a police SWAT vehicle.
Nearby, 2 cars stood ablaze for more than an hour as officers fired tear gas, working to clear the area. No justice, no peace. All just hours after what started as a peaceful protest over the death of George Floyd. His final moments captured on video, an officer's knee on his neck.
When you saw the video, what did you think?
That could be my father. That could be my brother. That could be me. And it's just happened too many times.
More tense clashes around the country, including this standoff at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, where a police car burned as officers pepper sprayed the crowd. And in Detroit, demonstrations turned deadly when someone fired shots into a crowd, killing a 19-year-old man. Officials say police were not involved. From Louisville, still reeling over the death of 26-year-old Breonna Taylor, killed by police officers as they served a narcotics warrant.
It's like directly at us.
Let me stop there. That's a good point that I should have brought up again like I did the other night. Nobody's talking about Breonna Taylor. Sister got shot while she was sleeping. So that's what I'm saying. It's not just George Floyd that people are angry about. It's a variety of police shootings and killing of black people in this country that has been happening on and on and on and on again. We've got Back to the Basics with us. How are you doing, sister? Unmute yourself and render your voice to people.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you nice and clear. Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to sit still over here. I'm like, geez. Oh, I'm being hit with so much truth, I don't even know what to do.
Thank you, sister. Do you want, there's a brother by the name of Urea Karima. I follow him. I interviewed him. He's interviewed me. He's an active brother. He goes live on his channel, and he also puts it on Periscope and Twitter. I'm going to be reconnecting with him. He does something called Unity Walks, where he goes to various different communities, and he has these programs where they have Unity Walks, and they talk about black people coming together, connecting, and he puts out a lot of powerful stuff on Twitter. And he's the one that inspired me today when I was listening to him, because he talked about the structure, which I was aware of, but I needed a refreshment on it. And that structure that I named, what is your thoughts about those structures? Because you have the infrastructure of the police, militia. I'm sorry to say, I know you're military, but military is a part of that. You have these protective structures that even those kids that are white out there protesting, they are still protected under when they go back home, and we take our asses home, but we don't get protection.
You said the 100% truth. Dwight D. Eisenhower, he was the 34th president of the United States. And one of the last things he said, he spoke about the military industrial complex. So it's not like we haven't been warned. And and this gentleman, this person was a general during World War II. And then we also had JFK, which I will say was the last president that we actually had.
Mm-hmm.
He also warned us about the media. He spoke about secret societies early in his administration in 1961, a little bit, I do believe, around the Bay of Pigs fiasco.
Right.
And he spoke about the relationship between the president and the press.
Right. And he also there's running theories out there that one of the reasons why he was assassinated is because he wanted to get rid of the Federal Reserve, which is not federal. The Federal Reserve is a private bank. So the rumor out there is that once you start messing with the money, which the money systems, the monetary system, all the systems in which it's built upon, you've got to go. And let me just say this to everyone out there listening. Part of the system of white supremacy is that they are willing to sacrifice their own. So when you see the brother get arrested for CNN along with his fellow media mates, and when you see the police put tear gas on the white kids and every other group of people that were out there, part of white supremacy, or their thought that they are supreme, because they're not, part of it is that they operate off of the willingness to say, we're willing to sacrifice even our own people to still push our agenda and our points.
Oh yeah, this is definitely true. Like these people are evil, and if anybody steps out of line, they will be eliminated. I mean, historically speaking, this has happened many times before. Unfortunately, it's sad to say that the military is also a part of it. And I will say that none of my statements are endorsed by the United States Army, or none of them.
Right.
Just because I don't, it is what it is.
Yeah. Let me say this before I bring the great black shark on. I'm glad to see him here. Don't be fooled. And remember, I forgot to say this, everybody. Remember, Donald Trump called the people in the protest thugs. Now, who you think he really talking about? He's talking about black people. They understand that white people that get involved in this are just misunderstood youth they're going to grow out of it. But those black folks. So he called out the protesters as thugs, and then he turned around later on and talking about, well, there's probably some fine people out there. See, they play both sides of the system. Another thing, too, is that people are getting caught up in this whole thing about Donald Trump wanting to hold Twitter responsible for the censorship of his words, which I find interesting because he talks a lot of crap, right? But check this out. I don't really care about what Donald Trump is trying to do to Twitter. You know why? Or even Facebook. You know why? Because Facebook has got my ass censored until June 22nd that I can't even drop my videos in my groups. Me, you can drop them, but I can't, right? Twitter censors people too. So I'm not feeling some kind of way about these social medias because every time we turn around, they're censoring black people when we're speaking our truth, when we're on these platforms. Anyway, brother, the great black shark, brother, render your voice, brother. How you doing?
What's going on, brother? Man, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, first time I've had you on. I got to get you on more. The first time, I'm glad you took the link and came on upstairs. What are your thoughts?
Well, brother, it's like this. And I got to say this to all the black family that's listening right now.
Right.
When it comes to our black celebrities and politicians, if they don't stand up for us and speak for us, then they don't need to be speaking to us. I'm going to flame Keisha Bottoms' ass up and Killer Mike and T.I. later on my own channel later today here. But
okay, I got
when they start talking about, what we shouldn't be doing and what we shouldn't be saying and criticizing our methods of communicating to the powers that be, we have to make sure to let them know, okay, well, if you've got all that to say, then where were you? Where were you proposing legislation or calling for punishment of these race soldiers? You notice how Keisha Bottoms had so much to say, right? Because that's the mayor of my city. She has so much to say, but she never called for a law or anything saying that, okay, if you go out here and kill an innocent black person or any person for that matter, how about you permanently lose your post certification, which is what all law enforcement officers have? Because see, it's not enough just to fire these people.
Right.
If they
Thank you for that.
If they get fired, they can be transferred somewhere else after everything blows over. You have to take that post certification away and say you have no right to be a law enforcement officer anywhere. You can't even be a security guard or nothing. You need to be done. And we need to start pushing so that these people can be locked up for 25 years to life. Because see, for that, I want the death penalty. We need all 4 of them charged. Derek Chauvin needs to be charged with first-degree murder, and the accomplices need second-degree murder, no less than that.
Right, and that's what the family wants. They want them all to pay the price. You know, you bring up an interesting point, brother, because that guy, what's that Darren Wilson piece of crap? That's what he was able to do. He was a part of a police department that went defunct. And then he went over into the Ferguson area and became a police officer when he should have been decertified because he had dirt on his hands from the other police department that went defunct. You're absolutely right. Those other officers who may not go to jail, like they may or may not, because you got to remember, they're going to look at forensics. They're going to look at the time of death. Did he die when he was actually at the hospital versus dying when he was on the streets? They're going to figure out a way to findigo this whole thing. But let's say the other 3 police officers don't do no heavy time or don't go to jail at all. They pay a fine or something because they weren't the one that had their actual knee on them, but they actually should go to jail. They could move to another state and join another police department unless they do exactly what you said, decertify them.
Exactly. And see, here's the other thing about that too. I want to point this out. See, this is where I want Black society's self-esteem to get to this level.
Right.
Every Black person that's listening to the sound of my voice right now and that's in this chat, we all might have differing beliefs as far as religion, politics, whatsoever. But this is one thing that we can all agree on. You ever notice, get ready to charge a Black person with something like, let's just say they think you selling drugs. Notice how quickly all these different law enforcement agencies move at the speed of white, like I like to say.
Right.
So they can get everybody charged. They waste no time. Everybody knows exactly what to do. There's no confusion. Oh, man, they get you in there and they get you convicted quickly. All these little technicalities, that doesn't ever come into play. You can't find me a case in American history where a Black person, whether you're a law enforcement officer or not, has killed any white person or anybody and stayed free for days and months at a time, like we have seen in the case with Ahmaud Arbery, as we've seen in this case with Breonna Taylor. They're still running around like the savage killers they are out there. They need to be charged and prosecuted to the full extent of the law as well. And then now in our case here with our brother George Floyd, because see, let's point this out. They always say, well, if you just quit resisting, if you cooperate, we've seen the footage. He did everything right. At this point, when people follow the law and you still want to inflict tyranny upon them, I'm going to tell you something. When you do that, people start being less afraid of tyranny and they start to fight it. Where you deny justice, there will be vengeance. Now, I'm not telling anybody to go out there and do anything, but people are tired of it. People are not going to just sit back and let you murder our family members like that. See, right now, I'm going to say this. This lockdown has given Black society time to regroup and think. Think about it. You got a lot of people out of work right now. Okay. It has interrupted all the distractions that we usually have, the sports, all the little places that we usually go to take our minds off things, because some people say, you know what, as long as I've got my job, you know, I know things are not right, I'll use my little recreation as a coping mechanism. Mm-hmm. That's been taken away. So now people have had time to say, wait a minute, we don't have anything to lose. And I'm going to tell you right now, an oppressed people with nothing to lose, listen, you're going to hear them one way or another. And that's what we have to start pushing for across this nation. You're going to give us the same rights that you have. Because, see, let me go ahead and say this before I pass the mic, man. Mm-hmm. Let's go ahead and look at something. If it was 4 Black officers that had a white person down kneeling on their neck looking into the camera like that, do you know how fast they would have not only charged them, it would be an old school lynching. Even if they went to jail, those brothers wouldn't be saved. There's no way in his society would be like, well, we got to wait for the facts or like the crap they're trying to pull with the autopsy. Well, he didn't die that. He died of a pre-existing condition. Man, if you don't get out of here, they murdered that man on camera and they're going to try to piss in our face and tell us what we saw isn't what we saw. So that's my take on it, brother. I'm going to pass the mic.
No, hey, brother, Great Black Shark, brother. No, I'm glad to hear your voice. I'm glad you came on board Definitely want to have you back more. You know, I used to do a lot of panel discussions quite a bit. I'm going to start trying to get back into that transition. So I definitely want to hear more voices. I'm going to put another link in the chat room if anybody wants to join the panel. We got my man, the Underrated Darkness, who's just come on board, but I'll put another link out there. And once again, I'm going to say this again, everybody. If anybody comes in the chat room and they're talking BS, get them immediately out of here. This is a no tolerance zone because there's no time to play. Brother Underrated Darkness, speak, brother. It's good to see you up here.
Thanks for the opportunity, brother. Peace to everybody on the panel and the chat. I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. We talk. Remember you did a story about Nathaniel Woods, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I did a follow up, and we did a follow up on it like a week later on my channel.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Understand this, family. That's almost 90 damn days. My birthday is next Wednesday. That's 90 days. He died for nothing. The sister in Kentucky died for nothing. The brother in my late father's home state in Georgia died for nothing. Now we have brother in Minneapolis, the same town that Brother Castle died a few years ago, died for nothing. And we still got some of our people that don't respect the ones who get slaughtered for nothing. You even got some black women still talking about the white women that he's supposed to be. Who cares? That's what he choose. That's what he choose. But he got slaughtered for nothing. So I'm saying, black women, do you love us or you hate us? Because if you don't love us, shut the hell up. And any brothers that follow that download feminist mindset and the viewpoints, you should be damn ashamed of yourselves. We gotta call it as it is here. There are some people, brothers and sisters, for a long time has been working for this oppressed system, no matter what position they is in. And they need to get called out. And I am sick and tired that we letting these people to change the narrative of that brother that he lost his life for nothing. And the people that I mentioned has lost their life. And even the ones in the past. Not telling the ones that's like in centuries ago.
Right. Let me just say this.
So you dare? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to say this while he's still in the chat room. My brother Urema. There's some feedback. Someone has to turn something off. All right, thank you. I'm gonna put a link in the chat room, brother, if you want to come on board, because I was looking at your live stream. And I went over the structure, brother, that you were talking about as it relates to the white supremacy and how it's built off of an infrastructure of police, military, the secret societies, and how even though you have white people out there protesting, they're still protected by the very system that's oppressing us. So I'm going to put up a link in there. I would like you to come on board and speak if you like, brother. If you can. I don't know if you're busy, but everybody in the chat room, I appreciate you all being here.
Can I finish my point, brother?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I'm going to finish my point. I'm going to get it. Now, as we see of Atlanta, they don't even want to be part of the movement of this brother got slain. So they weren't, instead of fight for this brother, of his memory, You notice they thinking about that they thinking about them Benjamins, them evil Benjamins.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And we had to call it as it is. So Atlanta, let me explain something to you, and I hope that you'll hear this. Killer Mike, T.I., and everything. How dare you spit on that man's memory like that? How dare you? You got the nerve that you're supposed to be the standard of Black America, while doggone John Lewis ain't had done shit for y'all for over 60 goddamn years.
Right. The area that he represents is in bad shape, but yet he's been in office forever.
Yeah, it's in bad shape. I know because my late father was born and raised in Georgia. He was born in Crawford. He had family in Atlanta. This we talk. Hey, fuck out of here, man. Tired of shit. I'm getting off. But thank you. I appreciate that.
No, underrated darkness. Underrated darkness. Thank you for those points because too often we have people like the mayor of Atlanta who wants to pull out the names of all these black leaders of the past. And there's an old saying, you judge a tree by the fruit that it bears. And his fruit, and he's been living off of what happened. All due respect to him, he walked on the Pettis Bridge. He got his head, banged in. But I'm telling you, black people today, we ain't got time to be walking across bridges and letting somebody bang our head in. No, that's not going to happen. Those days are over. And they want us to go back to being pacified. And we're not going to be pacified. That's why this is happening. But most importantly, I'm going to say it again. Black people need to recognize that while you see all these different race of people in the protests, you got to understand they got a system that protects them. There is no system that protects us. Thank you, brother Underrated Darkness.
No doubt. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. No doubt, brother. Oh, wow. Underrated Darkness, he told it like it is. And didn't mean to cut the brother off. I saw brother Urema in the chat, and I wanted him to come on in and say a few words. I'm hoping this is my man right now. What's going on? It's been a minute.
Peace, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I can hear you just fine. But let me tell you something, man. I was listening to your live stream this morning, the repeat of it, and you inspired me because you broke down the structure very well of how the white supremacist system works. So I had to take the data, I was aware of what you were talking about, but you kind of like put a spark in me. And so I was telling people, I was shouting you out, telling people about your video. And I had to break down the way you broke it down about these protective infrastructures, these outer protective infrastructures of white supremacy, the secret societies and all of that.
I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Golly. Can you hear me now?
Now I hear you, brother. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, you went out.
Okay. So I watched your video, your live stream, where you were talking about the structure of white supremacy and how it operates and how, white people have this protective system, the very system that's oppressing us. And so you gave me a spark and a reminder. So I had to go over that system that you talked about. And I was shouting out your name while I was doing it. The areas that you talked about the secret societies, the Committee of 300, these Bilderberger groups, these Rothschilds, all that kind of stuff, the protective infrastructure, the police, the militia, the National Guard, just like you said it, the racial groups. And I know these racial groups very closely because I deal with them in my capacity of work. So I know how these structures of these hate groups, how they operate. And I brought up the issue around the FBI, how the FBI was saying that these groups have infiltrated, but yet you're right. They haven't done anything to neutralize them out of existence. You see? And so I was inspired by where you were going at with that particular stream today when I was listening to it this morning, brother.
Well, first of all, information, man, it's been a while. We should have been connected.
Right.
We've done some things in the past. I just want to say, as I come on, first of all, thank you for having this stream. I think it's important right now. Black media is so important. I love you, brother. And I mean that real talk. I love you. I love you for the
Thank
work
you.
that you do. I love you for your existence. I remember how we connected. It was another brother who said, man, you need to connect with information, man. And it was a done deal. So I thank you for the work that you do, brother. This is important work. It's work that's needed. Right now, brother, we're in the midst of, and people need to be clear that we're in the midst of a lot of chaos, a lot of illusions, and as always, as Black people, we're in the midst of war. And so we can never lose sight of that. We are in the midst of war right now. Black people are at a point right now. We have to be at a point right now. We are considered an undesirable class in this country, meaning that it's when you talk about the purge and those type of things, they have been purging us for years. We can go back to Alton. What we're seeing right now should have actually been the rage of Black people. The turning point was 2016.
Right.
And it was a 36-hour period. And I talk about that time period between the death of Alton Sterling and then less than 36 hours later, Philando Castile in the same state that started this, Minnesota. So what we have to understand with what's currently going on is that when these Black celebrities, these Black people who are in positions, they are in position because they follow the dictates that have been set down by mainstream media. They follow the dictates that have been set down by the conglomerate, by the white racist system. You are not going to be in that position if you are not following that dictate. So
let me ask you this question, because I brought this up. I did a show Thursday night, specifically focusing on brother George Floyd, in which I tried to break it down from the point of view, brother, of why this is happening to us, from the point of view that we're not really the citizens that we believe that we are, that some of us believe that we are, that we're lured to sleep. And out of that is the 3/5 law, in which is still on the books, which they've never changed. And the fact that if we're really citizens, why is it that every 25 years or what have you, they need to recertify the Voters' Right Act? That doesn't make any sense if we're citizens. And so I try to break down, getting into law. I read case law that proved out that we're not what we think we are. And then, brother, I had to once again borrow from you the little article that you had on your Twitter about what does the word African American really mean, that you're no race, you're no people, you're just property. So I came from that premise, because I think this is why what's happening to us, on top of what you talked about, and I talked about it as well, that it's a white supremacist system that was not designed for us, by us, and not meant for us, and we're not protected by it. Therefore, like Neely Fuller Jr. says, we're always subject to being harassed within this system, within those areas of activity, the education, the war, all those things that you talk about, brother, right? Labor, all those things.
Absolutely. And this is what I would tell our brothers and sisters right now, because this has been an ongoing issue. The court system, we have to remember that the court system is designed by them. When we talk about those structures that you talked about, and they're the 7 branches of white racism. Some people call them the 7 branches of white supremacy. It's actually I call them, because I don't find anything supreme about them, I call them white degenerates. So, but it's I'll reference it as the 7 branches of white racism. And those branches are one of those branches is the law. So these are other ways that they insulate themselves for protection. That is not for us. What I would advise Black people right now, we don't have time to go into their court systems. We have been under attack. We don't have time to take things to the world court. I think that everybody plays a certain position. When I broke down the systems, the 7 branches, there are, the regular white citizen, they can play the position of being a lawyer, an attorney. They don't have to get their hands dirty because they know that they have a militia. They know that they have white racist groups. They know that they have the police, and they know that they have the National Guard that is going to protect the infrastructure. They also know that they have a military force that can go out and take care of the outer structure. What we have to do right now, as a group of people, and what we have to do right now as a group is we need to be adhering to what Thomas Jefferson, their founding father, said. And that simple premise is this, because it has gotten past the time for talking. It's gotten past that. We need to adhere to what Thomas Jefferson said. Thomas Jefferson said, "You are a servant until you pick up a gun and bear arms. That's when you become a citizen." I repeat, Thomas Jefferson said, "You are a servant until you pick up a gun and bear arms. That's when you become a citizen." Right now, that is our citizenship. That's the only thing we can be talking about right now. They're not going to stop killing. These are pacifiers, and then we have to look at the ops that they are introducing. It's I got a call from Minneapolis when this thing first jumped off, and the brother was saying, the brother who called me, he said, "Urema, he said he was with Brother Floyd's family right after this happened." Said wow. The next day they were having a nice peaceful protest. And then he said all of a sudden around 5 p.m., he said the Somalians started showing up. He said, "Now, brother, you know the Somalians, they professional rock throwers." So I was like, Then he said the whites started showing up. And he said, "Brother, I've been here in Minnesota." He said, "When the Somalian cop killed the Australian woman," he said, "not one white person came out here and protested." He said, "But for this, white people are coming out." He said, and then about an hour later, all hell broke loose. He said, that's when the whites and the Somalians started throwing the rocks, started tearing stuff up. He said, but prior to that, black people were peaceful. He said, we was doing our own thing. And so go ahead.
No, I was going to say this. Would you agree? Because I brought this up as part, and brother Super Mike 2164, brother, I'll come over to you soon. And back to the basics. Would you agree with this, brother, that we have to be aware of provocateurs, that there are agents, the government can put agents, people in those protests to specifically create chaos to try to change the narrative of why people really were out there protesting, whether it's people protesting, quote unquote, peacefully? Do you agree? Would you agree that there are agents of destruction out there amongst those that are legitimately upset about what has happened? What is your thoughts?
Brother Information Man, not only would I agree, it's a fact. All we need to do is go back to COINTELPRO. This is one of the strategies that the enemy uses. They have been killing us for a long time, brother, and there has been no reaction back. They have been killing us for a long time, and the same reaction. We march, protest, scream a little bit, and boom. And then, yeah, there is some looting and things like that. But for the most part, they're not there. See, it's different. It would be different if they were afraid to go to work. It would be different if we made them afraid, like, okay, my family member could be targeted if I go out here and I mishandle one of these brothers or sisters out here. That would be different. We haven't made them feel like that. So they absolutely, remember, they're playing chess. They have an agenda. So are they putting people in these groups to start unnecessary havoc? Damn right. They showed us that in the movie The Purge. Right. Remember when they made it legal to purge, black people still wasn't purging. So what did they do? They sent in the racist bikers. They sent in the racist groups to start killing people, putting on the mask. So they show us what they're going to do. There's no doubt about it that they have government infiltrated police in these protests right now.
Right.
But yeah, so there's no doubt about it, which is why I'm always leery. And I've told people within my organization, We don't make no alliances. There's no alliances. If you're not black, we don't, because even that within itself, even if you're black, can be trickery. But we definitely, these just sporadic alliances, there's a protest and now people just start showing up. That's always a recipe for disaster.
Right. And it was just like what you were saying too. And I had mentioned this today, that although you're seeing, it's easy when you look at what's happening on the ground, you got to really use critical thinking skills to analyze the optics of what you're seeing on the ground, because you can be fooled and say, oh, you got all these other race out there. Maybe America really is changing. But at the end of the day, those white folks that are out there protesting, they're protected by this very system that we speak of. They can go back home. They can be seen as misunderstood youth. Oh, that was just something that they was doing at that time with them Negroes out there. And black people, if we get arrested by the police, if we get caught in the system because we were out there protesting, we don't have a government or a system that will back our move. They will get their move back because they'll say, well, you need to let Johnny free. I'm his father, and I'm a lawyer in the 6th district, and I'm friends with Mike Freeman. And he's a young man. He got himself caught up out there. He's a misunderstood youth. Come on, you know what I'm saying, brother?
Oh yeah, just like they did the rapist down there. I don't know if it was Nebraska or what. The dude that raped the woman behind the damn garbage can, and that's exactly what the judge said. She shouldn't have his career. He's a college student. He shouldn't have his whole career thrown away because of this incident. Are you serious? This dude raped a whole woman. What are you talking about? He shouldn't have his. If that was us, we know that they would burn us up. And so my thing is information, man. And we've talked about this before. There's too much evidence. As to. And I talked about it in a short video I did today, and I'll leave you with this.
Okay.
There's too much evidence as to why we should not have been tearing this country up. I talked to 2 young Montana freedmen. This was many moons ago. These Montana freedmen, they had actually had shootout with the government. These Montana freedmen were in prison for standing up for their rights. This is what they said. And these were young boys, young white boys, 20 and 21 years old. They said this. They said 2 things to me. Wow. They said, Urema, there has never been a time where you get freedom without the shedding of blood. They said, name me one revolution where there has been freedom without anybody having to shed blood. If you think that your oppressor is going to give that to you, you are delusional. The second thing they said is this, and this is the part that really hit home. Now, mind you, this was many, many moons ago. They said, Urema, if we were black and treated like black people in this country, they said we would have been burned this bitch down. They said that's why we keep guns. It's our duty. Now, remember, these white boys shot it out with the government. So they think differently about freedom. They think differently until black people start thinking differently about freedom, until we start taking freedom seriously, until we start picking our own black leaders and stop allowing these pulpit puppets to pick black leadership for us. Stop allowing these white liberal puppets to pick black leadership for us, until we start picking our own black leadership with no celebrities, with no athletes, with no political officials on that board. We're going to continue going through this. There will continue to be excuses made. We will continue to come out, protest, and then they'll set curfews, and the playbook is still the same.
Right, which is what they did last night. Let me leave you with this too, brother, before you have to go. When we talk about the celebrities, real quick, I've always been wary of Killer Mike because he wasn't put on stage by the people. He's been put on stage by the mass media that has taken a liking to him. So I'm always wary of individuals within that community, rap community, whatever we want to call it, who somehow they're always on mass media, whether it be the Netflix or whatever, and they're always being called upon by those that are not in our best interest. And it makes me say, nah, he talking a good game. He's sounding good. He making some good points, but he's still being picked for a particular reason and put in our face as if he's the spokesperson for us from that level of the hip hop community. And I say, nah, I'm not feeling that, because we didn't pick him. He was handpicked by them. And then if he is really a conscious brother, then why wouldn't he not? This is what I said earlier. You might have heard me. Why wouldn't he not do away with the name Killer Mike? I'm just saying on a basic level, something don't make sense about that. Given what that all means and what it represents. Oh, you talking about you're killing your enemy? Or are you talking about this is just your name because it's a good name for the marketing of your music? You know?
Information man, how white racism works is that they watch us closely.
Right.
Yeah, they overstand the social climate right now. So
okay.
Yeah, you can have show a little anger, but watch what you say. We still pay your paycheck.
That's true.
I will tell you this. Did the brothers and sisters see how T.I. looked last night when T.I. looked like he didn't want to say that. He looked like a black man who, nigga, we pay you, get up there and say this. That's what he looked like. The only one out of that group that I trust, brother, the only one out of that group that I trust, that I feel in my soul, in my spirit is authentic. The only one is David Banner. He's the only one.
Yes.
He's
David
the
Banner
only
is
one.
authentic. I agree with you.
And the reason I feel like that, because they don't allow him on those type of platforms.
No, you wouldn't. They want to see what that is. Everybody listening, is I always say that we've got some neutered Negroes out here. Anytime you have a black man who has been put in media as, oh, he's got money, he's got power, he's got authority, and then when it comes time to execute that authority in independence, and they can't do it, is because he was already a neutered Negro from the very beginning. As part of the, one hand washes the other. You want to be rich? You want to be on television? All right. Sign here. Sign your soul to our contract, our con game. And I think that's what you have. And that's why I totally, when the mayor was talking about CNN, I was like, well, Ted Turner ain't done shit for black people. And matter of fact, CNN, they're not telling our true stories. They're part of the problem. They are a conglomerate. They're a corporation conglomerate.
Information man.
Yeah.
Information man. I've said this, brother. And I mean, if somebody can point out differently, I would love to see it. But I've said this. The conscious awakening of black people is now.
Right.
The conscious awakening, there are more black people globally. What they have to understand about the branches of white racism, Brzezinski put it in his book. He said specifically, the most important thing we have to do is make sure that African Americans, Brazilian blacks, and Africans do not unite socially, economically, and environmentally. The three largest black populations on planet Earth, we have to keep them divided. Right now, they would not allow. Right now, with the awakening, back in the 90s, Phil Donahue could have Dr. Khalid Muhammad on his show.
Right,
back in the 60s, they would have a Malcolm X. Today, you will not see that. I guarantee they will not allow a brother like yourself or myself or any one of these other strong, outspoken grassroots speakers out here who are out doing actual work. They will not allow us on their platform. I guarantee you.
No,
you will not see a Khalid Muhammad today on their platform. That played its course in the 90s, but today it's a different type of awakening.
Okay. I played a quote earlier today from Neely Fuller Jr., and he spoke of the fact that what supremacists or people that think they're supreme do is they examine our spokespeople. And he says that if that spokesperson doesn't, what they're saying does not resonate to cause people to get up and actually do something in action, then they're not concerned about that spokesperson. They're more concerned about those who can actually galvanize people to actually put the thoughts into action, which is why Malcolm X had to go. People who actually were resonating the community to actually put it to action. Do you believe we're still in that system today?
Oh, absolutely. Everybody who's come out, from the mayor of ATL to them calling, it's funny to me because the playbook is the same. It don't change. I have to laugh. They called Al Sharpton up to Minneapolis. He's damage control. That's damage. What that is damage control. Al's whole spill for 30, 40 some years has been, hey, righteous anger is okay, but no violence, non-violence. Right. All of these people, now that lady from ATL, they call her a mayor. She had the audacity. See, this is where the conscious black man and woman, we think different. She had the audacity to disrespect black people and say, if you want change, go vote. She had the audacity to throw that disrespect out there. Right. That was the most disrespectful shit that you can say right now. Really? Right. Go vote if we want change? Oh my goodness. They should, from that point on, they should have done like the Iraqis did to Bush. Right. Somebody should have threw a shoe at her ass from the back of the room. Right. Ain't no change with the voting. Come on, stop it. We're in 2020, people.
I mentioned earlier in the program today that let's break it down. We've had plenty of black mayors. I lived in Oakland for many years, and we had black mayors there, black police chiefs. Hell, we had a group called the Writers in Oakland who were going around harassing black folks in East Oakland and West Oakland, and black folks were saying this was happening. Nobody listened until they got convicted some years ago, but they never listened to us. We've had black people in power positions, and as my argument continues to be, is that no matter how many black people go into policing and go into this political position or that, we don't control the essence of that institution. You're simply, how can I say it? You're simply just like Obama. You know, he was a white president in blackface. You're simply holding the seat for them. You're maintaining the system for them and giving this appearance that, oh, it's a great new day for us black people because we got this black mayor. You've got a Negro, and tell me if I'm wrong or right. You got a Negro in Minneapolis right now who was on TV. I don't know if he's the chief of police, but he's got the brass on his shirt. You know, he looks like he's either a chief or an assistant or something of that nature, right? And so I'm saying it to say is you got black people in these police departments, like in the NYPD, in positions, and black people are still being harmed. And you've got the NYPD, for example, who is arresting black people and Latino people on quota systems. Meaning if you arrest these many black people, yeah, you're gonna get an advancement in your career. You're gonna get a day off to be with your family. That's what that brother Raymond was talking about some years ago, right? When he was in a lawsuit with the NYPD.
Absolutely. And the proof is the proof is in the pudding. They have figured out, white people have figured out that, okay, when the trust had started to be lost. See, this again, this is chess. This is chess. Okay, if the black people have lost the trust, this is how we simply remedy the problem. We put somebody black in position to push our agenda. We put somebody blackface with a Negropean mindset. That's why we call them Negropeans. We put somebody black in that position to push the agenda. You got the mayor right now in Chicago, black woman, Lori Lightfoot. She's pushing the new world order agenda. You got this black woman down here in ATL. Oh, if you're gonna don't tear stuff up, go vote if you want change.
Yes.
That played out in 1920. Stop it. Smack her. Then you got even out in out in or LA, or not LA, but it was San Francisco. You have Kamala Harris, who didn't even want to assist a black man in getting off of death row to prove his innocence. Because why? Because she was an advocator for the fraternal order of police. So when you see these black people, I will tell you, and I will always say it. One, you're not going to change the system. You're not going to be the spook who sat by the door that's going to go in and change it. Why? Because it's got too many spider webs. There's too many spider webs. That system is solid. When you see black people up there, you should automatically be leery of them. You should automatically be leery. Why?
Right.
Because the system of white racism is not going to allow them up there unless they know that the mentality is one of their own. That's
right.
it. That's all. If they are up there, to me, they are not to be trusted. Even when it comes down, remember the sister that got killed. Remember the sister that got killed out there in Oakland. By the white racist, stabbed her. What did they do? They used the father. The police got the black father to come out. He might have been the stepfather of the father. He comes out. Oh, we need to be peaceful. What did they do with the black mother recently?
Right.
Who said they killed my son. They need the death penalty.
Right.
Media wasn't even, the corporate run media wasn't even trying to run that. We had to find that out through social media. They didn't have her all on the TV and all of that. Why? Because she don't fit the narrative. Had she come out and said, man, be peaceful, that's what he would have wanted, peace and harmony, they would have played her all over the media. But when she came out and said those cops deserve the death penalty because they took the life of my son, they deserve, oh no, it wasn't even the cops. It was Ahmaud Arbery.
Wow.
Ahmaud Arbery, his mother came out and told the truth. Yeah, they deserve the death penalty.
Exactly. Let me go ahead and just shout a few people out. We got the real Dana. Thank you for the super chat, sister.
Thank you for the super chat.
And then Brother Kenny has super chatted me too. I thank you. He's saying he's listening in the backdrop.
Thank you for the super chat.
And then Brother O'Shea Duke Jackson came by earlier. He's out there in Africa right now, and he super chatted me. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat.
Sister, real Dana, if you want to come on upstairs and talk, sister, we got some space here. I did put a link in the chat room. If you can click into that, if you want to come up and say a few words, we got. And let me go over to Brother Super Mike and see if he has anything he wants to add. Hey, Brother Urema, we gotta do this another one-on-one, brother. We gotta talk, brother. We got to talk. What I'll do is, I'll connect with you, but I appreciate you coming over today, man, because you actually inspired me to get into that structure that you were laying out so perfectly, and I really appreciate you doing that.
Brother, we got each other's numbers. Let's call.
Okay.
It's that simple.
We'll do that, and I catch you. Sometimes when I don't catch you live, believe it or not, I'm watching you on the Twitter feed. I'm looking at the stuff that you put out on the Twitter feed. I'm learning. I'm always trying to learn, brother. So I really appreciate you coming on board today. Thank you. Most definitely. Brother Super Mike, do you want to let me get you on here and unmute you. You got a little bit of I had to mute you, brother, because you got a little back sound.
Yeah,
tight. Oh, we got my man.
Can you hear me?
Yalpo's on too. Yeah, man. I'm sorry I had to mute you because you had a
No
lot,
problem,
you had
big
a lot of
brother.
back
No,
sound. That's the only reason why I did that. But go ahead. And we got the black shark that's on. We got my man Yalpo that just came on. Brother Karima is here with us. He's breaking it down. And then we got real Dana, who just super chatted me. I'd love to hear what she's got to say too about this issue. But go right ahead, Brother Super Mike.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The only thing I wanted us to kind of look at is this is a process. We have to think in process terms, because a lot of times our people thinking because we go to a Burger King, we go to McDonald's, and we think we could just do something real quick. We think that the so-called white supremacist system was just created out of one day, out of 1776, and boom, they created white supremacists. It didn't happen like that, and our stuff is not happening like that either. So this is a good development. Now we've learned some lessons, and I can tell by the conversation that a lot of us have learned lessons from the 60s. In the 60s, we did uprisings. We did riots. But if you notice, that tells the opponent, which is the white supremacist, that tells your opponent that now you have enough risk takers out and about that care about the community, that are willing to be violent and to push them out of territory. That's what we did in the 60s. That's what the uprisings are doing. It pushes out the power, the organization of the power. But in the 60s, we did not have a adequate replacement, because our thought people, our strategists, our systems people, the people who create our systems that serves us, we, instead of doing the hard work of rebuilding the wasted cities that our people died and rioted to take over, we just left and took jobs with white supremacy. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. You have to use both your risk takers and your thought people. Like right now, we're sitting here, we're having conversations, and we're thinking and we're analyzing the systems. Okay, the people that are in the street throwing the pipe bombs, they're not analyzing anything. They're going off of emotion and reaction. But we need both sides of this coin in order to make what we really want, because we're really looking for something that sustains us and serves us properly. And so that's all I wanted us to think about. And we do have, systems, but we gotta respect each other, and not just, I know, like, for example, like our entertainment community. I know that a lot of them are sellouts, like Killer Mike. Right now, to me, when he supported Bernie Sanders, come on, that's all I had to know. I'm sorry. When he took Bernie Sanders' side after Bernie Sanders said he didn't know what reparations was, that right there should have been enough for us to understand that this man, it will sell you out. I don't care how cool he would be, and maybe he does have some good ideas. A person that will sell you out, they may say some true things, but at that point, he will sell you out. You see what I'm saying? So, our objective for this generation, our main objective for this generation, is we need to learn how to occupy and control territory. That's the solution for this generation. We'll have problems after that, but for this generation, and when I say that, places like, and that's how you create your own system. You take over a place like Atlanta, you take over a place like Detroit, or a place wherever we are, Kentucky, or wherever you broke down the power structure in that area. Your activists are supposed to be, now those people are supposed to get into governance, because you want non-sellout people in governance. Once you have the people in governance, then your business community needs to come in and start creating opportunity for the people, because that's the problem. We got, like in the 60s, we got, like in Detroit when we had the riots, right? A non-sellout guy get into power, Coleman Young. He took over that city, but no black business people came in to organize the people. So, when the white businesses boycotted the city went into dilapidation. And then that's one of the strategies of your white supremacists. They want to do economic sanctions, and then when the people don't have anything, they want to blame. They're hoping that the people blame their leadership. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
and then you'll invite them back in.
Okay.
You see?
Let me say something. Hey, what's going on, Christine? Hey, share the stream, everybody, if you can. Thank you for putting that out there, sister. Because I want to hear more what you have to say, and I want to hear from Brother Yalpo and Brother Great.
I'm gonna get on off of here, but that's because I just wanted to make a couple of the main point that I just want us to think about. No, seriously, because I'm doing something. You just had such an important call. This is such an important, super important topic that I just had to try to touch base on it. But I just want us to think of systems. We have organizations that are thinking about long-term systems on how we really grow, because our stuff needs to be grown organically. Okay. And that's what they did. They grew what they have. And that's why we can't be thinking integration. We have to be thinking separation. But separation doesn't mean you going out and just starting your own country right off the bat. It just means that you control your system and protect it. So that's kind of my main thing.
Well,
all right.
There was a brother that I think it's brother Greg Harris. He put in the chat room as you were speaking that that the whole issue about being emotional. And he says, well, how can you be logical? What's logical about dealing with white supremacy? Are those, let me correct that, who think they are supreme? Because, you know, I use that term, but I try to preface myself with making sure I say that it's people who think they're supreme to us. Not that they are, because I don't believe they are, but there is a system in place that they're able to operate under that we're not able to operate under and benefit from, because let's be honest, black people, we did not put these laws in the books. We did not create this constitution that we live by. And the question you have to ask yourself is, before you leave, Brother Mike, ask yourself this.
No, I'm listening.
Before you leave, when have black people in this society that we live in called America, when have we ever been free to think for ourselves, be ourselves? When have we ever been governed by our own rules and concepts? Or is a lot of our concepts coming from Eurocentric values that we have adapted to living in America? So that's a question that everybody on the panel should think about.
Let me respond to that just real quick, because we have right after the enslavement process, right? So this is a key point in time. Right after that, the official, I should say, enslavement process of chattel slavery, 1865. Once you got out of that, you had all of those black people following Sherman, General Sherman, when he was going through the Atlanta, burning Atlanta. You had all of those former enslaved people. Okay, these people were following him and the question was, they literally wrote this. This was the messages. What should we do with them? What should we do with them? They didn't know what to do with us, right? So the point is, they did not want to integrate with us, okay? Because then that would turn this society into non-white, because, you know, of course, with our genetics, you know, they wouldn't be white anymore.
Right.
But they were too dumb to go ahead and allow us. So they gave that field order number 15. So they gave us land at first, but when Lincoln died, you know, when he got assassinated, his replacement, you know, disbanded that. That was reparations. You know, they're giving us territory and land to govern ourselves.
Okay.
But he took that back, right? And so that's with the Freedmen's Bureau. They stole all our money because we were doing pretty good. And it took 12 years. 12 years after to 1877, they made this compromise. And then we had towns. We were organizing our stuff ourselves. Okay, we had senators. We were participating in the process, but we were outstripping them because we had all of the skills.
Right.
So that created a threat. They felt threatened by us. They felt threatened by our progress, which they still do.
Right. And
so
we know that this is the I think the anniversary of what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right. So from that point forward, they've been trying to literally genocide us, but we simply just won't die. And we didn't understand this. This is just the bottom line. They haven't been able to kill us all. So our job is to understand this. This is what I'm saying. Our job is there's a logical side of our community, but then there's a not illogical side of our community. We need both of those, okay, in order to make this thing work right. And these people that's white supremacists, you know, that's their whole thing, and let them do their thing. But, you know, when we see these are opportunities that we can show our people, this is the trajectory that we need to be on. And so that, like, you know, so that's pretty much my response to that. It's logic in this, but it's just not quick. It's not like, you know, Happy Meal, you know, it's just not like a drive-through type of situation that's going to happen. So,
yeah, but it's still, brother, these are still examples of situations in which they gave us something. I mean, like the brother saying on here, we don't even have our original. We don't even have our. We're not speaking our language. See, anytime you take a person's culture and language from them, you can now. It's easy to lead them in any direction you want to. Language is very important. Look at. I lived in San Francisco for many years. You have Chinatown. All right. Talk about politics. The Chinese, they cause the politicians to beg them because the Chinese have an infrastructure in which they have their own language, their own doorways and fourways, and their kids go to Chinese school on the weekends. They're committed. They have their own businesses. You don't see them with black folks working inside their businesses for them.
This is why.
We may. You know, you don't see that because they are about groupthink and doing for themselves. Doesn't mean that black people can't do it. Doesn't mean that black people historically did not have our own businesses. But I think there's something to say about your language and having a good a connection to one's culture. And as we've moved into the 21st century, some of it has started to erode somewhat as we are becoming more and more entrenched into this society that we're living in today, where nobody wants to talk to each other. Everyone is texting each other. Everyone's caught up on the social media to a certain degree. And we're on social media right now. We're communicating. That's great. That's great. Yeah. So I don't want to.
I don't want
to contradict myself because we're on social media.
Yeah, this stuff is being phased in. We got to understand that. Like just like when we start getting the Black Power generation in the 60s, we start getting real into the African histories and African roots and all that. And people nowadays, they want to laugh at that because of some of the failures in execution of some individuals. But that is part of what that is good, but what I'm saying right now is, you're not going to get everything right away at the same, but you do want to have that vision. And as you move towards that, like right now, this is what the universe is giving you right now. Okay, so right now the universe is giving you, your society is being broken down. These other cultures, they understand that you are willing to be violent, right, to get what you want. Therefore, they will understand when you speak from henceforth. Okay, we need to pay attention to them because we don't want this thing to deteriorate, right?
Well, what they want to do, brother, is they want to infiltrate it, which is why I said earlier to Brother Urema that you've got provocateurs out there as well. That's how they neutralize us. It's not that they want to understand us or we're what
I was referring to. No, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I said that. I'm not talking about that.
Make your point, brother, because I need to get Brother Yapo and Great Black Shark and everyone else's opinions into this discussion as well. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, what I meant by this, I'm talking about when people understand that you're going to be violent. If your parents just talk to you and you disobey them and they're talking to you, trying to have a conversation with you and you continue to disobey them, if they pull out the strap, whip your behind, now when they say that same thing, right? Okay, you're going to respect that word. And that's my point. So let me let you go.
No, I hear what you're saying.
Tell the truth.
I'm telling the truth there. Wow. Let's see. Everybody's been patient here, but I gotta go in order. Brother Great Shark, you came in just a little bit before Brother. Where did he? Okay, I'm tripping. He got off the panel. Brother Great Shark, Great Black Shark, by the way. Do you have anything you want to add? Because what I want to do is I want to have you speak your truth, or what's the truth, Brother Yalpo. I got to get to Dana. I know she wants to put some truth on this, and of course back to the basics. So. Go right ahead, Brother Great Black Shark. Are you there? Are you there, brother?
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead. Glad you're
I'll
here.
be brief with the points that I'm going to make. One of the things I like to say to all of us that consider ourselves new black media, we need to use our platforms to make sure that when the alabaster class thugs out here that kill us, the white media always tries to put the victim on trial. So we have to stay banging the drum and let them know that, no, you're not going to turn around and put the victims of these crimes on trial. You're going to keep the murderers on trial. And another thing that I want to bring up really quickly is everybody listening to the sound of my voice, wherever you are, all these black churches that consider themselves mega churches, when something happens in the community, they need to be getting behind the families of these victims.
I totally agree with you on those points that you made, brother. Totally. No doubt about it. Wow. That's a lot that's on point right there. Brother, brother Yaupo. Come on, man. Come on. It's been a minute to have you on the panel with me, brother. I'm glad to, and brother, I actually did do the video talking about the CARE Act. I hadn't released it yet. I did a and I didn't like the way there were some things I said I got to do it over again. So I did not actually forget about it. I didn't probably do it in sequence with you and others, but I do have that in my will, to do. But with that said, brother, what are your thoughts about everything that's been happening, the protests, what you agree with, what you disagree with? What are your thoughts?
All right, that's all good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to say peace and black power to you, to everybody on the panel, to everyone that's listening. And I kind of want to talk a little bit in a different direction. It's still same subject, but
different direction. Most definitely.
Do you remember? Does anybody out there remember Justine Damond? I'll refresh your memory for those of you who don't remember.
I'm afraid
she is the white Australian woman who was shot by Mohammed Noor.
Yeah. That's right.
And
in Minnesota, that's right.
Exactly.
Okay,
and this also happened in Minnesota. Now, when she got shot, several people immediately lost their jobs. And Noor ended up going to jail for 12 and a half years. Now, some of the things that show how they purposely make it so that we as black people see how devalued we are, because they do this on purpose. They, first off, when this white woman got shot by a black man, the full power of the law and everything came down on him, and things just pretty much played out, right? And he went to prison. And by the way, he was charged with third-degree murder manslaughter. Okay, the same as this brother who the same as this cop who was on this man's neck. Now, this is one of the very few cases that when the police officer said that he was in fear for his life, he was actually saying he was in fear for his partner's life.
Wow.
This is one of the few cases that was probably actually true. And he did that protecting his white partner. Now, after he was found, after he was convicted, and like I said, he got 12 and a half years. Number one, he shot this woman, killed her. But it wasn't like this thing where you're torturing somebody and standing on their neck for 8 minutes and still like 2 minutes after they're non-responsive, right? Not only that, but after everything was said and done, the family of Damond received $20 million for a settlement. And I did the research, and I found out that when it's black people, the average is between $3 and $6 million average. $3 and $6 million for a settlement in these wrongful deaths. But for this white woman who isn't even an American citizen, $20 million.
Right.
And so these are all these different things that they do to show that they have no value on our lives.
Well, look, there's no value on black life, but there was value on us when we were on a slave auction. Remember that?
Oh, absolutely.
That history, when we were on a slave auction to be auctioned off, they had value on us. When we were slaves, a commodity, a property, there was value.
But they're still doing that even today. Because
yes, you're right.
Because as I have pointed out on some of my podcasts, when they put forth the different CARES Acts for Corona, then that was what created the biggest wealth transfer from bottom to top in the history of mankind. Right. People look at these things as unconnected, but I was just talking to my wife about it last night. I said what this has done is even increase the cushion between them and what's going on right now, because you have now us at the bottom and even the middle class that was there shoved even further to the bottom, and we're all fighting now, and they are even more insulated from it than they were before, and they could just sit in on their yachts or whatever, and watch this whole thing play out, because part of the issue is that they're trying to wipe us out anyway.
Right. Let me say this to you, and you can go on mappingpolicing.com and look at the numbers. I've said this 1,000 times on some of my streams. Black men, black people, black women, unarmed are 5 times as likely to be killed and harmed by police than white counterparts. Okay. 100 in 2015, because I got to go with the back numbers because it shows a consistent behavior like this. 104 black people were killed unarmed in 2015. Another thing that goes on in this system is that police get off when police are convicted. To this date, I believe with Amber Geiger being the one that went to prison now for 10 years, and guess what? I know this intimately. She's probably only going to do 4 to 5 of those years. But police officers, going back to 2015, there were only 4 police officers convicted and put in prison. She might only be number 5 or 6. They don't often get, when they go to trial, they don't often get convicted and go to jail. In the case of this despicable animal in Minneapolis, okay, there's a tie between him and that DA who act like he could not charge him with anything, right? And so we have to, even though he's arrested, and that's what people wanted, there's no guarantee that when he goes to trial that he may get convicted of this, because they're going to look at forensic. They're going to look at the evidence of what time did he die, actually. There's so much that they could do to finagle this case against us. Guess what? There's a law on the books that was put into law by the Supreme Court, the worst thing that they could have ever done. How many of you out there have heard of the Graham versus Connor case? The Supreme Court clears the way for summary a dismissal in section 1983, which is section 1983, excessive force claims. The United States Supreme Court recently decision in the Graham versus Connor's case held that the courts must analyze all claims of excessive force in the seizure of a person exclusively under the Fourth Amendment of reasonableness standard. The court expressed eliminating the subsequently due process test set out by John versus Gleach. So the court's function and definition of the seizure of Tennessee versus Graham. So let me just break this down. So basically, that particular Supreme Court law is one of the laws on the books that has made it possible for police officers to continue getting off because of the reasonable doubt of the fact that they say, hey, I thought he was aggressive. He was aggressive. I thought he had a gun on him. So they're giving the officers the doubt, the reason of doubt, when they're saying, hey, his hand is near his waistline. He's got a gun. I felt threatened. It was this law that they put into place, the Graham versus Connor. Look it up for yourself. It's too much information for me to read off here, and it gets into all that legal type jargon, which I hate. But this is one of the other mechanisms of this supremacist system that I talked about earlier that puts in the motion the way that these cops are able to get off, because they get into the perception, your perception of what you saw the cop do, your perception. Maybe I can read something here. But anyway, let me end right there, because I know we got Sister Dana that's on here. And Brother Alpo, I'm glad that you came. Yalpo, you came on up and you said what you said, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Info.
Those words need to be heard, brother. You don't have to rush off. I'm just saying I'm glad you came up on the stage here. The real Dana. Come on now.
Hey, can you hear me clear? Or?
Yes.
Okay. I want to.
Yes. First time I've had you up here. We still want to interview you too, but I want to hear what you have to say about everything that's been going on from your perspective. I just want to hear it.
I mean, I'm the revolution will not be televised, and I say that because I know what that means, and I support the protests and the rioting that was going on in Minneapolis and in other cities. It's needed, and you have to understand people have been quarantined inside their homes for 3 months, And then when you start easing up those restrictions, and then this happens, and we also have a history of police brutality, which is modern day lynching, which never ended for Black people, particularly Black men. You have a lot of built up tension and emotions within African Americans. So, I'm not surprised that it happened, but I'm glad that the reaction that city, received, and other cities are. But with that said, I want to see those same people from that city, not the outsiders, show up to not to vote, but show up to the council city meetings, show up with an agenda and show out. Because that's the next step. You have to follow up. You have to have protesters and in civil disobedience, and you have to have people sitting at the table that's going to address your agenda. The problem is we only had the protesting and the rioting since after the civil rights movement. After that movement, you never saw riots and a follow-up, at least from my observation. And if you don't have that follow-up and partake in your local political agenda where you live at in your community, then we're going to keep continuing having these issues. And that is the problem that I see with younger people, and even in my generation. And even the older people, they made their money. They already participated. They already helped push laws that we have now that we don't understand, but we take for granted. So they're tired. So now it's really time for my generation and younger generation to step up. Because just because you riot once for this incident and from the past, that don't mean that's the end of it. See, people are still going to try to push us and keep us at the bottom. For instance, when we talk about the civil rights movement and how Martin Luther King and they started the Montgomery bus boycott. They protested, but they also protested with their money. They did not ride the bus for probably like a whole year. So that was the follow-up. So they financially bankrupt the busing industry in that city, really in that state. And that's how they got the laws passed to integrate the bus system. So when you fast forward to now, if we are not sitting here and looking at the long run, the vision, down the line, knowing that this happened now and we're protesting, even if they do participate in the local politics where they live at, and this is nationally, whether it's Atlanta, Chicago, Minneapolis, when you participate and you do change some policies, you have to understand that you constantly have to be active, because let's say in another 10 years, they're going to think of something else to keep us down, because that's what happened after civil rights, when they implemented welfare, when they implemented crack cocaine, and then you have mass incarceration at the same time. So they always want to keep doing something, thinking of stuff to keep us at the bottom. You have to pace yourself and know that this is a long-term fight here in America. And just to go back to what you said in the beginning, you mentioned something how, Black people have a history here in America of wanting to think like Europeans or not think for ourselves. And I kind of disagree with that, because Black people during slavery and after slavery, we always kept our culture, connected it to Africa. They always had a cultural consciousness. And you look at Marcus Garvey, and he had over 1 million supporters and followers.
Right, that's
so
true.
We were always in tune with who we are, where we came from.
Yes.
But we also knew then, they also knew then that they had to participate in this nation, whether it's joining the military and fighting wars, being a politician, being a capitalist, opening up your own business, community. So you have to assimilate. But we always had a simulation, and we also knew our culture, our lineage. The problem is that white supremacy figured out a way to disconnect that, because now I would say towards the end of the 20th century into now the 21st century, you don't see that connection with Black consciousness. These younger people don't know anything about their history, not even about American history or world history. So now you have these young Black people who are angry and that are protesting and they're fighting, and they're rightfully so. But do they understand the political process that is keeping them in that position, that is causing how public policies dictate the policing, where you eat, what you eat, where you live, your education? Public policies dictate that. And if you don't understand the science of politics, then sadly, we're going to keep having situations like this, not every 10 years, but every year. And then we also have to keep in mind this is an election year.
Okay. Well,
So
let me ask you this question, if you don't mind me saying. You're right. Black people have had a mindset that in which we've been rooted deeply in our culture. I think maybe what I should have said is that there is a impact of Eurocentric thinking that has impacted some Black people, maybe not all, because all you have to do is look at how, when you talk about the standard of beauty, right? And now how that affects people's psyche. And the standard of beauty has always been this standard based on white, blue eyes, blonde hair. And then you had, I got to be honest, you have people who have the blonde, blue-eyed Jesus in their household, they're worshiping too. So Europeans have had an impact on some of our psyches. Those of us that haven't been able to be grounded in our culture, it has had an impact on us in America in the way we see ourselves, and we internalize who we are as a people in terms of how we look, going all the way back to what's that documentary that I watched in college, the Ethnic Notions, how they portrayed us, as brutes, Sambo and Gumbo characters and all those sort of things.
Right. But it was more so, well, if you're born and raised here, taken from your native land, brought here, enslaved here.
Yes.
So you're going to, after generation through slavery, you're going to be embedded in this American nation culture, which is European, right?
Yes.
But you also have the assimilation, because it was a time to where you calling us monkey, eating watermelon, dark skin. So for us to debunk that, we wanted to, appear to fit in, to assimilate. And I'm not going to say wanting to be white. I'm going to use the word assimilation, because you have immigrants that come over here, particularly Asians. They assimilate very well, but they also keep and know their history and their culture, where they come from. So they do both. They participate in capitalism, but then they teach their children capitalism and their culture and their history. We want to participate in capitalism, but we don't, and I'm going to say the newer generation don't know the history, their culture, their identity. So you can't assimilate if you don't know your own culture and history, and even the country and the nation that you're trying to assimilate in. So you're right, but the generations before and centuries before, their thinking is totally different from the generation now. So and I don't think people understand. I think people are quick to criticize what we used to have and what we did, as if Black people just gave up. No, if you look at when we came here in 1619, and let's just take it to 1966, and you look at the percentage of Black people here in America, African Americans, I believe is 13%, not including Black immigrants. What we achieved and how we survived. You talking about the resiliency of Black people here and what we contribute to this nation. Because if it wasn't for Black people, the enslaved Africans that were here, it would not be a 1776. It would not be America.
Well, I agree with you, but then you also have another reality is that there were other Black people or dark race of people that were here prior to just Black people being dropped off here from the continent of Africa. And what happened is these particular groups, they got labeled in as Negro. White people put the labels on us in these social constructs on upon us. And then we grow up today and we kind of separate ourselves from, well, I'm over here, you're over there. And that's the problem. We gotta stop dividing ourselves based on religion and all these tribal types of divisions and realize that we only have ourselves at the end of the day. And like I was saying to Brother Urema earlier, that although you see different groups of people out there protesting, some of those folks can go back to their houses, go back to their life when it's all over for them. And they still don't have to deal with what we have to deal with. And they've got a system that's designed to back their move and protect them when they get themselves a little bit out of line in that system.
True.
Or they can be sacrificed because white supremacy doesn't mind sacrificing a few of its people just to make its point and keep its foot in power.
But do we
right.
but do we need, and that's true. And honestly, my focus is not those other people. If you want to come and you want to be in solidarity with us, fine. But we have to lead this. We don't need other people. We have to know our history, and I keep bringing up history. I keep bringing up the past because you're never going to progress if you don't understand the history here in America. And I'm not going to say Black history because we are American history. If you don't understand American history, politics, how it works, the science of politics, we want to keep being the bottom caste. So those Asians, Hispanics, Africans, everybody else, they always go back to their community of people and they work together. They assimilate, but they work together first.
Right.
We don't do that. So whether they whether they protest with us or not, we still have to handle business. And that is, so just to, when you ask me what I think about all this, I think it's great. But at the same time, we have to handle business after these riots and protests.
Right. But, you know, usually Black people historically, we've always been the ones on the front line of our protests. And usually we're the ones that get left holding the bag and having to still fight this, even when other groups join for a little while and go away. I would agree with you there. But the thing is that I think one of the things that Black people are struggling with is that we don't really have, we can call ourselves American and all those things, but I don't personally feel like we have a nation that really backs us. And the other groups that come over here, and we talked about this before on BMT's on his channel, or I think it was O'Shea's channel. You know, they've got a nation to back their move. If things don't work out for them here, they can go on back to where they came from and have a nation that backs them. And I think Black people,
have a nation that backs us. This nation, the American nation.
Do you think America, and this might become a debate now, do you believe that American society really backs the move of Black people in this country? And I open this up to everybody on the panel who wants to get into this. Do you? Because I personally, sister, all due respect to your points, I personally do not think we're backed up by America because because they still see us as property. And I can actually back it up with documentation in the law to prove what I'm saying. As a matter of fact, I talked about this on my Thursday night show. But let's go ahead. I mean, what does everybody think?
Just to answer that question, and for me to explain what I meant by that, I don't care if you like me or if you don't like me or if you think you're better than me.
Okay.
We have a nation to back up Black Americans. That is the American nation that we fought and we built. We built this nation. Definitely. So the fact is that now when I say back us, we don't utilize the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, our local municipalities. We don't utilize that. Only thing we do is go to the voting polls and vote, and that's it. And so you never have respect, and you never have someone backing you because you don't demand it. They don't care about Asians. They don't care about the immigrants. They don't even care about their own white people. But the difference is those groups are not looking to be liked. They're looking for their rights, and they utilize their rights, and they participate in a political process.
And that political process is that money. Let's be honest. Money is what moves that political process. If they see that you have a collective, you have money, you have independence,
Yes.
you have ownership, you have land, you have authority and influence, then you can sway politicians because politicians work for us. We don't work for them.
Exactly.
And the one thing that they recognize is that in politics, there is no permanent enemies. There's no permanent friends, just permanent interests.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, that we have to handle business to build up communities, because we don't have communities. So what they're burning down, they're not burning out their communities because they don't own none of those stores. We have to have communities. We have to have economic empowerment. We have to learn to organize. So we have to handle business. We can't always point the fingers. Especially in 2020, we can't point the fingers until we handle business first.
Okay. Let me, Sister Dana, this is just, this is what I expected. I expected that you was going to bring it strong with strong points. Let me see, back to the basics. And Yapo, y'all want to jump in this and add to the conversation? This is great.
I disagree, because the rights that she's speaking of were not even written for us. Like when you did your broadcast on Thursday, I really didn't know that was what African American meant. I didn't know that. So that, I mean, I can't really say I'm shocked, because I'm like, okay, so why do we have all these labels? And I didn't understand that label at all until you had brought that out, and I'm like, oh, so that's what it really means.
What separates us from immigrants is that, Black people are the only people in this country that we have laws that were set up originally to protect us. However, other people have ridden on the coattails of those laws. And we're the only people that they have to keep looking at they have to keep changing stuff for. They got to keep the Voters' Right Act up for us. They got to keep changing this and reinforcing certain things for us over and over again. We got to have our politicians fight to get something. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if we're citizens and these things are already set in law, then why do they have to keep going back to them?
And also,
why do they have to keep defining us over and over again?
Also,
sorry
I like
about
this.
that.
Oh no, it's okay. Also, I like to say, as far as the Bill of Rights, I mean, I drank the Kool-Aid of patriotism too, and it's most of that is an illusion. Like, we have censorship going on at an alarming rate. You yourself mentioned what's going on with Facebook. So there goes the First Amendment, Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. Okay, they have a problem with us bearing arms. And then we can go into, let me see, what is it, the Fifth or Sixth Amendment, as far as the right to a fair and speedy trial. Cruel and unusual punishment is the Eighth Amendment. I mean, okay, we have a constitution, but again, it comes down to academics versus reality. Anybody can make something look cute on paper, but then, okay, when it comes to the law being effective, and if nobody enforces it, guess what? That law doesn't mean anything. And that's where I stand on that. I mean, I do agree with, again, as far as her saying to know the history. That's very important as far as us to know our history. I agree with her there. But as far as America backing us, we have a great constitution that doesn't even work for us.
Well, remember the old saying, power conceives nothing without a demand. When Black people have had to, and this is why the protest is important. It's the reality is that why that police officer is not arrested until what? Until people tear some shit up and get active, right? In that way, unfortunately, to destroy stuff, right?
That's true.
And Black people historically, we've never gotten anything in this country until we did what? Protest, maybe tear some shit up, maybe do some. I don't like the nonviolence thing, because I don't like the idea of letting someone hurt my person.
I agree.
But Dana said it. She said, well, Black people boycott the buses. They hurt them economically. So she's right. That's one thing that America understands. They understand money and economics and the importance of it, which is why they're trying to get us all back to work under this COVID-19 or whatever the hell we're calling it, right? So she's absolutely right. You can hurt this country in the pocketbook collectively. Black people have to do it collectively and raise some hell and demand what we want, what we need. We have to go about it that
Right.
way.
And let me just push back a little bit what you said about as far as writing, because you know, with white people, how they got their rights. White people always rioted in this nation since the
Yes.
conception, and they still do today. We just started rioting and since 1962 or 65.
Well,
So
remember,
we could count on 3 fingers, 60s, the 90s, and today.
right. But the
So
reason why white people can riot, though, you would have to agree with this. The reason why white people have been able to can riot and do what they do, because they didn't have to march for their freedom. They didn't have to march to be seen as a citizen. They've already had the citizenship that was endowed to them. That's why you had those militia in Michigan that could go to Michigan with guns, yell in the faces of police, scared and threaten the assembly members there without any cause and effect of them going to jail, prison, or being shot. Whereas black
they
people
didn't
can
get shot or
protest.
go to jail because they're white, but they were fighting because yes, I'm a citizen and you're violating my rights.
Right.
So I will, if I have to fight, if I have to kill, if I have to threaten, I will do so. So it's a lot of white people rights have been quote unquote violated and taken for granted. But the difference is they always fought and killed. See, we always did stuff peacefully. And so, and it's like, yes, we're getting the attention when we start tearing shit up, you know. It's just that I'm just saying the difference is the follow up. They
Right.
follow up. We don't.
But when you see, and Yapo, I want you to jump in here, brother, too. When you see what happened, what created the protest to become what they want to deem as violent, is that originally black people, and there were other people out there, whites, Asians, and what have you, because Minneapolis doesn't have a large black community, but black people are out there. What happened is that people were protesting peacefully, and it was the police who began to shoot rubber bullets at them, grenades, and tear gas. That's actually what agitated it to get to the point to where it is now. And of course, you had provocateurs out there as well. But black people, we've always taken a stand with the whole notion of nonviolence. White people have always rioted. That's what what was that situation in the Boston Harbor? The whole tea, they didn't like the taxation of Great Britain with the tea, and they had a goddamn riot on that ship, blew some shit up, right? They've been able to get away with it because they've always been seen as citizens. Black people, we just been seen in general as just this property that's just gotten citizenship, or is it half citizenship? Because in the law right now that was written in 1781 when they had a constitutional convention, stated that black people, the 3/5 human being, are seen as 3/5 citizens. We're half citizens. We're not full citizenship. And they have never changed that on the books to this very day. And I'm saying to you that black people, we run around here and we think that we are backed by this country when in fact we're living in the matrix, in the dream world. Here we are in the 21st century, and we're still fighting over the same goddamn shit. Go ahead, brother. Y'all, that's just my opinion. Dana, that's all my opinion.
Anyone who has followed me for any amount of time knows that I'm about separation from these people and from this system. And the entire thing about us being citizens at all, in my opinion, is a complete illusion. And if you'll allow me,
go ahead, brother.
I'm always using the analogy of a casino where most of the games inside are fixed. All the tables are fixed, the slot machines are fixed, everything. You go in, you can't win. You know, you keep putting your coins in. Every great now and then, one will pay off just to make you keep playing. But overall, they're fixed so you can never win. There's a saying, the house never loses. The house always wins. So instead of going to the management and telling them, you know, this slot machine is fixed, you need to repair it, instead of going and constantly putting out all these small little fires, you need to fix this game, you need to fix that game, it's, you know, these are fixed so that we can't win. And instead of going outside and picketing and saying, You know, this casino is fixed. All the games in it are fixed, and they need to take care of them and do, you know, make it so that we have a chance to actually win.
Mm-hmm.
The solution, as I see it, is to leave the casino. Leave it. You don't put any more money into it. You don't put any more energy into it. You don't put any more effort into it. You leave it and go someplace and do for you. Now, I know that what I'm saying is more than a notion. I know that you can't just, you know, fly off someplace and all these different things. But like I said, I have many videos and podcasts that basically says you just start mentally first. But the biggest point for me is that we have no stake in this country. We're made to believe that we do. We're made to believe that we have some kind of a stake. We're made to believe that if we picket enough, if we riot, if we make our voices heard. But the point is that what's happening to us is that we're talking to someone who's deaf and blind. And so you're talking to them, and someone comes and says, you know they're deaf and blind, and so you start yelling at them, you know, and raising your voice. They still can't hear you, and they still won't hear you because they can't and they won't. So, it's all useless as far as that. And we're putting our time, money, energy, and effort into something that will never work for us, when we need to put our time, money, energy, and effort into getting away from this system, getting away from these people.
Okay, but Yalpo, and I got to ask this question for the sake of the conversation, and Sister Dana, jump on in. What do you say to black folks in America who say, well, wait a minute, where the hell am I going to go? My family's been here since God knows when. We own land. We had farms. Black people put in a lot of sweat equity into this country. We've been in every war this country's ever had, from Revolutionary War to Civil War, Korean War, World War I and II. We are just as much citizens as anyone else because of our contributions to the society. Hell, Gary Morgan made the stoplight, which the country uses. The gas mask, which people out there, ironically, in that protest, don't realize that Gary Morgan created the gas mask as well. The train tracks. There's so many things in this country that America is benefiting from that was created from our people, our ancestors. How can we say, get the hell out of here and leave all these inventions and intellectual things that our people created for them to benefit from, and run off somewhere like the continent of Africa, where, let's be honest, even in the continent of Africa, there are those over there who will look at us side-eyed. I gotta say that. Dana, if you want to jump in this too as well.
Yeah,
all true. But the thing is, immediately when I start talking about separating, people will tend to jump all the way to where do we go, which is a legitimate question. Like, where do you go? Well, do you go to Africa? Do you go to, you know, wherever? When I talk about separating, I'm not necessarily talking about having to physically separate, and I mean physically go to a total another country. See, because just like you pointed out, you could go to Africa, and I actually saw a comment from someone who moved to Africa, one of the countries in Africa. I think it was Ghana, and they said, well, all they traded was racism for tribalism, and so that, you know, I understand that aspect of it. When I talk about separating, I'm talking in terms of basically not buying in, where we stop as a people buying into the mindset that we were taught as far as materialism and you know, bigger, better, more possessions. And once you, and trust me, I'm talking about this because this is what I'm doing. This is what me and my family are actually doing, not just something I'm talking about. Is you work to get yourself debt free, you work to get yourself loose from this system, and little by little, just like on that movie The Matrix, when Neo, you know, got out of the pod, and each of those things popped off of him, you start popping these things off you, and you get loose, and eventually it may result in you physically going someplace. It may not, but at the very least, you can start to find some peace. And and let's face it, one of the biggest things that controls people and one of the biggest things that is used to enslave people, both white and black, is money. And when you can get your money straight, and that doesn't mean you have to be rich, because I'm not rich, but I don't have a whole bunch of bills now that keep me tied into everything. So as you slowly get rid of these different ties, even down to the types of foods that you eat, and you maybe can grow your own food if you have that ability. Every little thing that gets you disconnected from this system helps. And it helps you with your peace, because it's mostly about finally having some peace.
Okay. Let me just say this, because I'm going to go back to Dana, and I want to definitely have back to the basics, say what she wants to say on her mind before we get close to conclusion. Everybody in the chat room who's been hanging with us all these hours, this is the second time I've done a live stream like 3-something hours. I had stopped doing them like this, but this is fantastic. Everybody that's been hanging in there with us, riding with us from start to now, thank you, thank you, thank you. And do me the biggest favor by sharing this in your social media. I should be out of Facebook jail on the 22nd of next month. I'm able to drop it in my own personal, stuff but I can't drop it into the Facebook groups that I'm a member of. Facebook and Twitter or something else. That's why I don't really give a damn about Donald Trump wanting to sue them or whatever the hell he's doing, because they're just as their hypocrisy as well. These social medias that want to censor black people when we're trying to speak the truth.
Tell the truth.
So with that said, sister, the real Dana, do you want to rebut anything that we said?
Yeah,
do you want to redact? Do you want to
because you have to write little stuff down, because I be forgetting stuff when people say. But because when you was like, where, the nation not backing us, I'm not saying that, the nation love us, but what I am tired of collectively as black people, too emotional. We want somebody to like us. We want somebody to love us. And I don't want you to like me. I don't want you to love me. I want to exercise my right as a human being. And also, if you have a passport, I love having an American passport, because if I'm in another country, my nation backs me, because if something pop off in that country, I'm gonna be the first one able to get up out of there. So that's an example of a nation backing you. Where you have American passport, that trumps a lot of things when you're traveling this world. But also, just going back to,
You're right.
When I
have
said
a passport too, you're right about that.
Right. So, and it's small, but it's big. It says something. But it is stressful being black here in America. But it's stressful being black in this world. So I'm not going to live my life as a pessimist. But education and educating our youth is important. And I don't mean arithmetics and ABCs. No, I'm talking about educating our youth on economics, building together. When Jill Scott Heron, I was listening to his album today, and people keep throwing out the title of his song, "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised," and now they're saying on social media, "The revolution will be televised." And I'm just like, shut the hell up, because you don't know what that man meant when he said the revolution will not be televised. He was talking about TV. He was talking about going to what the other gentleman was saying. It's in your mind. Mm-hmm. Do you know what that means? It starts in your mind. You have to want to change. You have to want better for yourself first, and then for your people. And I just want to say, as black people right now, if your mind, if you're not willing to elevate your mind, that leads to wanting to be a community. You have to work together. We have to organize. We have to plan, and then after planning, then you execute the action. We can't sit up here and have a discussion on reparations without going at each other's throats. I'm not talking about on this panel. I'm talking about in general, where you have all these quote unquote black educators and elites, economists, even politicians that are against reparations. And some people saying it's a handout. Are you kidding me? How are Asians? I'm not even talking about the Jews. Even white people, white women got reparations. White people got reparations right after slavery, because they were given reparations when slavery ended for the slaves that they lost. That was before they took back the land that they gave us. So when we can't come together for reparations, which is part of the solution. But if we can't organize together and push that agenda, we're going to keep having these problems. So, one thing about America, which is why everyone from all over the world wants to come here, is because if you come here and you work together collectively within your group, yes, you can succeed, because that's how the Constitution and the laws was written, even though it was written for white men. But we're talking about 2020, and everything that happened since 1776 to now, it can benefit people. That's why everybody comes here. But the problem is, again, with Black people, we have a problem being a community.
I have to agree with you, because I don't think that we've had a community since maybe back when you were talking about our people and how they live. Because community, you have to have a community. That means that we have to be as one. I am because you are, and you are because I am, which means a community watches over each other. I grew up in that such community where the old men, the older women, they could spank you. They could tell you, hey, we're going to tell your mama that you was over here doing wrong. And you get another spanking. The neighbors loved you, cared about you, nurtured you. And most importantly, a community is one in which we own our community. We own land. We have our own businesses. We're not just occupy. What we have today is Black people that live in areas that they're just occupying, but we don't own. We have no stake in them. No economic state.
Right.
And we go around talking about, this is my hood, this is my block, and shit. If they want to not take you right off that block, they can do it just like that.
Right.
And they're doing it.
Slave owners, yeah.
Yeah, but they're doing it through gentrification.
Yes, yeah, exactly. See, they always find different ways, and I kind of, maybe I'll save it for the conclusion, but I'm just saying, if too many great people, and I'm not talking about the people whose names we know, I'm talking about the unseen, the unheard people died. No, and because it wasn't about you knowing their name. But too many great people in this nation, Black people, died so that we could sit our asses on YouTube and just have these conversations. What I'm saying is, today in 2020, we have it better here for Black. Today, we have it better than we ever had it before. And even though we're still fighting, but the problem is, you have to understand your history, your politics, and we have to start working together. We could start from scratch right now. That's why I support the riots, because a lot of times you have to tear it down to build it up. The problem is we don't know how to build together.
You're absolutely right. I actually, you said something that was very powerful. Our ancestors sacrificed, and that sacrifice allows us to be able to get on these platforms like this, even though we know these platforms censor us and keep tabs on us. I'm not naive not to realize that. We still are able to communicate with ourselves, with each other, in a way that our ancestors could only dream of, right? The fact that I could talk to you, Yalpo, back to the basics, and you all live in various different places of the country, that was unheard of in their time, other than people writing a basic letter.
But they were still able to organize nationwide, and they didn't have no technology back then. And let me just say this too, in St. Louis, a young man, Darren Seal, and it was a few other people who were murdered. I'm going to use the word murdered, because they were the young Black men, and I believe it was a woman, after Michael Brown was shot and killed. A lot of people in that city did come together and was active in the political process in their community to get certain public policy change, and they was making some strides. And you had like 5 people that were burnt in their cars or shot dead, and it's unsolved. Those were the Malcolm X and Martin Luther Kings, but we don't know their name. See, but they wasn't doing it to be recognized. They lost their life fighting for Black people. And if you're not willing to sacrifice your time, your money, your life, then we always going to be at the bottom caste.
You're absolutely right. This is what I'm going to do. let me go over to back to the basics and have her say a few words. What I want to do for the last round is have all of you make your last statements for the evening, because I'm going to shut this down. But I want to make sure I shut it down right by letting everybody make their last statements. Or I don't know. Let me correct that. I don't like saying the last, because make your statements. Last is almost like you're not going to be here again. No, I don't like that. So I want everybody to make their statements and make them strong. Back to the basics. Do you have anything you want to add to everything that you've heard so far? Make your statement strong.
It's so funny because I'm over here writing stuff down on a 4x6 card. But I agree most of what the real Dana says. I only differ on just certain wording, like the country backing us. But I respect what our ancestors did. I wasn't around during the 1950s and 60s when all this was happening and when so many people were, dying. I mean, again, and just like she said, those unsung heroes. I agree with what most of what she says. I believe that our people need to come together. I believe that we need to be our own advocate. We need to get out of this complacent victim mindset, because I just differ slightly with the wording.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with most of what she said, because me personally, the mindset that I have, I don't believe that I'm like in a low case system as far as my mind. Now, physically, yeah.
Yeah.
I know what plantation I'm on. So, but at the same time, I also identify with Mr. Yapo Yapa, because at a certain point, well, if the Constitution was not written for us, then it's like, well, why not just break away from that and create our own society and just use that as a guide. I don't even want to say the word guide, but it just make a better society than what we know.
Well, we do know that the native people in this country, as it is today, they are considered a sovereign nation, even though they were put on the worst part of the land. When you go back to looking at the Trail of Tears and what Andrew Jackson did, he went against the Supreme Court and moved him to the southwestern part of the country. And if I've been on Native American tribes before, the conditions are horrible. However, under their sovereign system, they have their own police, which mean the police that we deal with technically can't get involved in their personal issues. That's the power of being sovereign, because you can have your own police that govern your jurisdiction. They call it tribal police or tribal council, what have you. I think in some ways, black people, we need now don't jump on me and say, well, who gonna be in charge of that? I'm just saying it would be great if we were sovereign like that and we had our own council and own intact systems that operated off of code, of course, that we wouldn't even have to come in contact with these sort of individuals like the police departments around the country, that we wouldn't even have to deal with them, because they would not be able to come on our sovereign land or land that we have and push a brother around like Brother George Floyd and kill him.
Yeah, and if I can add one more thing, another thing, in accordance with us coming together, we're gonna have to come together and clean house, because we got too much like coon Sambo activity going on.
Yeah, we have to get rid of the Sambos.
We got to get that because because in order for us to really move as a unit and be effective, we can't be. And some people are not gonna be elevated. Right. Not everybody is gonna be saved, and that's just one of those things. Even on the battlefield, hey,
if you look at one of the reasons, I agree with you. If you look at one of the reasons why the Haitian Revolution was so successful, among other reasons, is that they first took care of their sellouts. The ones that were selling them out, among them, they did what they had to do to eliminate them. That was part of the code that they operated under. And then they were able to bleed the French out economically, because they were putting so much money into fighting them. That caused them to do what? The Louisiana Purchase. Guess what? Most people, when they think about the Louisiana Purchase, they say, oh, New Orleans. No. if you look at a map of the country, they control the French controlled the whole middle half all the way up into Canada of America, what we call America today. The Louisiana Purchase was the whole hunk middle of this country that ran into the Mississippi in the area that we call Louisiana. It was huge. It was a huge buying of land because they were going bankrupt trying to fight the Haitians. And then to this day, the French have the nerve to make the Haitians still pay them a reparation for whipping their ass in warfare. Ain't that a trip? Ain't that a trip?
Outrageous.
Brother, outrageous indeed, but that's the system. Brother Yapo, anything you want to put on this as we conclude?
Yeah, I just want to say, you know what, I really appreciate your show, Info Man, and shows
Thank
like
you.
this. Everybody that's on the panel, everybody that's in the chat. And, you know, I just want to say I have a deep love and a deep respect for our people. And I like the fact that we can come together. We can listen to different ideas, listen to every different viewpoints and perspectives, because I have some as you know, I have some very strong viewpoints on things. However,
y'all ain't heard nothing. Y'all should
Yes,
hear how you talk
Lord.
behind the scenes.
however, they're not written in stone. And so when I hear other information that's helpful and other things that may actually go counter to what I think, I will turn that over in my mind and keep thinking on it. And sometimes I may change my view, or it may actually reinforce what I already thought. But I just so deeply appreciate everybody who comes on to speak or to go into the chat or to even make comments on the various pro-Black websites and channels, because I learn a lot. I mean, I learn a lot from our people. And the more I listen to our people, the more I respect our people, because we are a strong people. We're a good people. I think we're the best people on the planet, if you really look at us. And we have heart, and we are, and the thing is, we're a loving and forgiving people. That doesn't mean we just stand for a whole bunch of mess. It just means that, unfortunately, sometimes what happens is we project our love and our love and honor and respect on the people who aren't deserving of it. And I'm talking about white people now. On the people who don't deserve it. And I'm not going to go into a whole soliloquy, because I was anyway. I just appreciate the show. I appreciate everybody that's on the panel and everyone who's commented and everything. And I've gotten a lot of food for thought.
Well, look, Yapo, this is what I want you to do. Let everybody, I'm going to do this for everybody. Let everybody know where they can find you on YouTube. But most importantly, we need to let everybody know about your website that you've been working on, that you got going, where they can find you and all that good stuff. Go right ahead, brother.
Okay, well, my YouTube channel is Ayapo Yapa, of course. And YouTube has it so that if you type in Ayapo Yapa, it won't even come up in the search.
Yeah, that's the kind of games that they play.
Which is interesting. But I knew they played all those games. But you can find me at Doaya Media. That's DOAIEA. I think it stands for Descendants of Enslaved Africans in America. I don't really like referring to our people as slaves, because we were never slaves. We were enslaved, but we were never slaves. We were descendants of enslaved Africans in America. When you call a Black person a slave, because I've often heard people make the comments like, yeah, they brought slaves from Africa and so on. Black people are not slaves. We were not slaves. We were enslaved. And so I know it's a matter of semantics, but when you call a Black person a slave, that's like inherently saying that is our position and that is what we are. We are not slaves, nor were we ever. Anyway, it's doayamedia.com, and there you can find links to Infoman's show. You can find links to our magazine, which is Unapologetically Pro-Black Magazine, Up. And Info, thank you so much for the interview you gave me. I haven't forgotten. I'm still actually finishing up this second issue. It was more of a task than I thought it would be. But you'll find the magazine there. It's free. You just click on it and so on. But that's,
do me a favor while you're leaving the panel, brother. Go in, because you know the writing all this much better than I do. Go back into the chat room, because you're modded up, and put information, all that stuff in the chat room if you could, brother. As you're leaving, put that in there so people can gravitate towards that are in the chat room and listening. I appreciate you being here, brother.
Be happy to. Appreciate
all
you
right.
and everybody on the panel.
Okay. And wait a minute, before I go to the real Dana, back to the basics, I forgot to ask you too. You have a YouTube channel too. Tell people where they can find you.
Just type in my name, Back to the Basics, and I should pop up. There are multiple Back to the Basics, but just look for my thumbnail, and season 2, season 3 will continue.
Okay, that sounds great. Definitely. Okay, let me go over to the real Dana. I want you to give, I don't like to say the last words, but state whatever you want to leave the people with. And definitely let everybody know about your channel. I know you also podcast as well. She has a great channel, everybody. She has a strong following and a powerful podcast that she is involved in as well. So let everybody know your words and where they can find you.
You can find me on The Real Dana on YouTube and The Real Dana #7 on Instagram. But subscribe to my YouTube channel, The Real Dana. I call it the little engine that could. It's growing. I do have some good content with Judge Joe Brown.
So, that's right, Judge Joe Brown.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to talk to you about that because Judge Joe Brown, me and him we're members of same fraternity. Alpha. He's a fraternity brother of mine, Alpha Phi Alpha.
Oh, okay,
we had a convention in Detroit, and he was in Detroit having a good time. He's a good brother too. So definitely, y'all got to check her out. She has great. It's an interview style, right, with Joe Madison, right? Not Joe Madison.
Judge Brown.
Joe Brown.
I let him talk because he has the knowledge, the experience, and then I take callers. So it's really, I let the callers call in and ask him a question or ask me a question about whatever the topic is. So and because majority of my followers are men, and men love they like to hear from another man. So
okay.
But yeah,
I've got to get over there to your channel more often too, and what I'll do is I'll listen to the recorded material that you have. Now, another thing that you got going on, and I want to talk to you about too, because I also have a podcast where I podcast on these different platforms outside of YouTube as well. But you're also involved in the podcasting, and I had a chance to look at that.
But the Magados?
Yeah, how's that going? That looks pretty good.
Yeah, so we put it on hold because of the coronavirus, because my co-host, number 9, he likes to be in studio. So we said that we will come back like 4th of July around that time with a brand new episode. So he's in his Magados because he's MAGA and I'm ADOS. So it's like with two worlds colliding, so to say.
Okay.
So that makes it very interesting because he has, his views and I have mine. So, but yeah,
and that's on YouTube, and are you also
on YouTube? I'm not on other platforms, but eventually, when we come back, I am going to start uploading to like other podcasting platforms, specifically, for people to just listen. So I do everything on YouTube, but I am going to start incorporating like other platforms.
Yeah, definitely get it on the SoundCloud, the Spreaker, the Anchor, the Castbox, all that stuff. I got mine on those, and there's an audience there for that particular area that's different sometimes from the YouTube audience. But with you having a following, hopefully you can get people to come on over to that plan. That's what I'm trying to do, step it away. And I definitely plan to, it's always good to go to some of these conventions if we ever can get to that level again, where you can kind of learn how to improve your podcast and all these other things. So, but is there anything else that you want to add? And I have to admit, you did bring some very, very on point points or powerful points to the table, in any contrasting differences from what my points or Yapo's points or anyone, but anything else you want to add, sister?
Yeah, and it's always good to we're not monolithic, and it's okay to disagree, but it's like our mission is the same, so and that's what's important, as long as the mission is the same. But I just wanted to say again, the revolution would not be televised. I want people to listen, read those words, listen to his words, and understand that it starts in the mind first. And also, Dr. Henry Clark, he said that Africans have basically ruled this world longer than any other civilization. So America, with oppressing Africans, is just a small, when you look at the years, it's just a small fraction compared to our history, right? Since the conception of civilization. And we're living in a modern day Rome. And Rome at one point was the greatest empire in the world, but Rome fell. And America will fall one day. And I believe Black people will still be standing. It's just.
Wow. Wait a minute, Dana. God, okay, we gotta, let me see. Look, let me ask you straight up. You told me last time, what you just said, we gotta unpack that on a one-to-one. You said that you're mostly available during the week, right?
Not yeah, well, see, now I'm unemployed, so I'm available.
Oh, shit. Well, yeah, God, what am I? I'm sorry. I'm lucky to be employed still because I work as an essential worker in the health field. But okay, this is what we're gonna do. And I don't hate this. I don't like to see anybody unemployed. Let's schedule a program, me and you, next weekend if you're available. I can put it together, put the thumbnail together, the whole 9 yard, and get this popping and cracking, which we should have got it popping and cracking a long time ago. And let's unpack these things, because you said something that really like, woo, now she's talking. Let's unpack let's unpack that more in a one-to-one.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. So, and that would be my final statement, but we definitely have to unpack that because that's loaded. That is a lot.
Yeah.
And people need to understand that, because when you put it in that perspective, if you're looking at a timeline of this world,
yes,
yeah, we did a lot of stuff. You know, we have a very long history here, African. So, yeah.
Wow.
But thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, if you will you be free next Saturday? Like, I'm in the West Coast, so I'm like,
yeah,
what, 2 hours different from you?
3 hours, but I'm available. So just let me know a time.
Let's say we do it, for example, 10:30 my time, 10:15 my time, which would be what, 11:12, 1:15 your time. Is that cool for you?
Yeah, Saturday. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll set that up in advance, and then I'll send you an email just to make sure that you can. If something comes up, you can email me and tell me, something came up or what have you. That sounds fantastic. Once again, I thank you for being on, sister.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Okay, peace to you.
Peace.
So everybody, there you have it. That was the real Dana. Man, she's the truth. And you had Brother Yalpo. Back to the basics. You had the great Black Shark that came on. You had Underrated Darkness who was here. And then my special guest who surprised me as well is my main man, Brother Urea Karima. Check that brother out. He is the truth. And before I go, I know I've been on all day and people are in and out of the chat room throughout the day. Let me remind you that I do have a second channel. It's called the Information Man Speaks Podcast. I'm kind of been in freeze mode with that channel. I haven't put a lot of content up in a while because I'm still trying to figure out what to do with that channel. But definitely come on over there and subscribe to that channel. I want to thank everybody that super chatted me today. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the super chat.
And you can catch me on Instagram at Information Man Show. So going over there, and you can follow me over there. I'll follow you back for sure. I appreciate it. And then we've got my Twitter. And just to let everybody know, because this broadcast has been not only on YouTube today, but it was on Periscope. So shout out to all the Periscope folks. And it was on Twitter as well, on my Twitter page. So shout out to all the Twitter folks out there in Twitter. But every now and then I am going to be doing some content through Periscope that will be live on Twitter as well. That y'all can check out. So go ahead and follow me over there on Twitter. That won't hurt you. I want to say again, peace to all. Thank you for being here today and hanging in there with us if you come in and out of the stream over time. And most importantly, I need you to definitely check out the idea of sharing. I had a little brain fart right there. I'm tired, folks. Been up since early this morning, but share the video in your social media is what I'm trying to say here. Share it in your Twitter, your Facebook, your everything. I'll be off of Facebook jail in 22nd, which means I'll be able to drop my videos in many groups that I'm a member of. I can drop it on my show page. I can drop it in my personal page, but I can't drop it in all those groups that I'm a member of because Facebook is a censoring you know what. Yapo, brother, thank you for the super chat. Let me go back over here and thank that brother again.
Thank you for the super chat.
And if anybody super chatted me and I missed saying something because I was in the midst of the stream, I want to apologize to you if I did not have a chance to say thank you for the super chat. But if you did super chat me, here it is again.
Thank you for the super chat.
Let me say thank you one by one to brother Yapo for the super chat. Queen I Know I Am says she sent me a cash app. I want to thank her for that.
Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you for hanging in there with me today. I know it's been a long stream. I don't normally do these this long. Earl Owens, love you, brother. You always are a trooper here. And then you're a strong brother, an on point brother. And we've got my man, brother Adubian. Now, brother Adubian, I'm supposed to be on Malcolm Fletch TV Sunday. He sent me an email invite because he's doing a program, I believe, over there. And so you can definitely catch me on his program sometime tomorrow. And then we've got H&H who says, great message. Thank you, H&H. And then we got Dallas Slade, who I'm glad to see here. He says, brother B. Miles is in Baltimore protesting with the other folks. Stay safe. Yeah, brother B. Miles is my man. Me and him have talked personally. I've got his personal number. Me and him have talked personally. I'm going to be bringing brother Miles, B. Miles 84 of the Conscious Channel. You will be seeing him over here talking to me. It's time for me and him to have a one-on-one. And of course, Yapo again, bless me with the super chat. R&Y, thank you, R&Y. He's in the Great Black Shark. I thank you for being here again. And let me see who else we had here. And we got KLR. Thank you, brother, for being here. And see who else. CC was in the house. Super Mike, thank you for also being, that's right, on the panel today. Being on the panel and giving us some wise words today. Let's see, who else do we have here? And that might be it for now. This brother right here, thank you, Gills, for being here today and supporting the channel. And we got Big Brother in Life. Thank you for being here again. And it was Super Mike that gave me that super chat. Let me hit the button for you too.
Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you for the super chat as well. Super Mike 2164, $10 super chat, brother. Appreciate that. And just so you know, your donations goes back into the program. It allows me to buy equipment, new mics. Maybe even I'm going to probably upgrade my computer system, software, all of that. It helps to assist me in what I'm doing here. So I appreciate none of what you give me goes for granted. I don't take any of you for granted. I'm very humble to the folks that come over here and have supported me. And I know that some of you, when you haven't been able to be in my lives, I know that some of you are looking at my content, even when you weren't in my live or what have you. And I appreciate that and definitely share it. Now, this young brother right here, T Studio X, go over to his channel, check him out. The brother is he's trying to get his YouTube channel off the ground. This is a brother that has also been trolled by these folks that I've been talking about today. He's been trolled. He's been mistreated on his channel that he's trying to get off the ground. Go over and give the brother some support by at least subscribing to his channel and checking out what he does. He's trying to do the best he can to get his foot in the door with his channel. I go over and support him. I don't care. Look, I'm a guy that I don't care if you got 3 people in your chat room, you got 1, 2. If I like what you're about, I'm going to support you, period. And then because you never know how people in these platforms could blow up. You just never know what they could become. And you want to be there and say, hey, I was there when. And Underrated Darkness was also on the panel today as well. I want to thank him and thank the real Dana for also super chatting me. I believe she super chatted me. I'm not sure, but I thank her for being on. So with that said, I'm getting ready to get out of here. Everybody have a good one. Protest is necessary. I support the protest. I support the protest most definitely, everybody. Thank you. This is the Information Man Show.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Information Man
Tell
Show.
the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Do you want truth?
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
If you don't want truth, this is not the channel for you.
Tell the truth.
Information is power.
Tell the truth.
Yes. Truth.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
In the White House, I'm not gonna say his name. Jack Lake.
Tell the truth.
If you want truth,
Tell the truth.
the Information Show is the place for you. Truth.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make
We're
sure
trying to examine, open up one's mind, and understand the shit that's happening in American society and around the world. Information Man Show.
Information is power.
Tell the truth.
We got to ring the bell to wake the world up.
Information is
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Information Man Show.
Tell the truth.
Yes. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
In the White House, I'm not gonna say his name.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tell the truth.
Make America great again.
You need truth.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure
That's
to
right.
subscribe to his channel.
Truth. This is the Information Man Show.